So, welcome in to Gran Turismo 5. A now 11-year-old game, roughly. Kind of the underrated, overlooked entry in the Gran Turismo franchise. Doesn't seem to be that much love for this game in retrospect, which I think is a little bit unfair. I think it came after Gran Turismo 4, arguably the greatest racing game of all time on console, my favourite game of all time. It was never going to be able to live up. Like, it was the impossible follow-up. But I think this did a pretty good stab. I mean, this is a pretty damn fun game either way. I still enjoyed this a lot. I think it's kind of dismissed in general, especially now with Gran Turismo 6 going down as probably the worst in the franchise, and I'd agree with that. That was just disappointing, really. But, like, for the moment, this is the last true Gran Turismo game for me. 6 kind of butchered the career mode so badly it kind of wasn't one anymore. And then GT Sport wasn't. It was more a sort of online live service kind of game, which was good for what it was, fine, but not a regular Gran Turismo game, which is what GT7 is hoping to rectify, except it's now been announced that after all the flaff of being like, it's going to be an exclusive for PS5 and have amazing graphics and everything, oh wait, it's also going to come out on PS4, because for some reason we still want to sell PS4s, because maybe we've completely fucked up the whole console generation thing this time around. Anyway, until then, until whatever comes out with the name Gran Turismo 7 on, this is the last true Gran Turismo career mode single-player GT Life mode for me. And I think it's a pretty underrated game. And it also turns out this may be the single best game to play a full-length Le Mans 24-hour race on. You see, so me and my friend Nay, a couple of years ago, did our own offline Le Mans 24 hours on Project Cars 2. Now, Project Cars 2 came out a lot later than this, around 2017, I think, and should have all the hallmarks of an amazing sim racing game. Unfortunately, it's kind of like 1970s to 1980s British Leyland cars. Doesn't matter how amazing the design is and how amazing the potential was, it was then slapped together in 5 minutes and said, that'll do, and then dumped out on fire. So, yeah, we discovered that the hard way. We had to flap around. I mean, the AI is comically bad in that game, but everything else, we made it through a lot of that. We were winning the race. It was me and Nay, just local local game. He'd just be sat there, and at the end of a stint, I'd just throw the controller at him, and he'd jump in the seat, and we'd go. And we were racing against the AI, and it was a fun time. And we were proceeding to get past all of the niggles and frustrations of Project Cars 2, of which there are many. And then a bug from the first Project Cars game about your pit box being occupied, so the AI just spits you out of the pit lane and makes you run out of fuel out on the track. Yeah, that appeared again, with 3 hours to go in a 24-hour race, and it DNF'd us on the spot. That's going to sour you on a game, isn't it? So, then in 2020... I had finally gotten into iRacing. So I thought, you know what? It's time to do iRacing. Let's do Le Mans that way this time. And I did. My pals Nick Dawson-Lathan and Danny Brennan, we raced at iRacing Le Mans. For me, it was about a week's worth of practice I had. Just finishing the thing would have been a damn miracle, especially after what happened with Project Cars 2 the year before. And despite being dumped into a all GT car lobby, which is not what the real Le Mans does, but wonky matchmaking and all the foibles of iRacing, of which there are many, not only did we finish this one, we finished pretty well. Out of 60 cars, we finished 13th. Pretty damn good. And yes, we did get to do the Ronaldinho soccer meme multiple times, because there was genuinely a car in the field that we kept lapping that was like yellow with green accents on it. It looked like a Brazilian flag design. So every time we lapped it, one of us had to play the Ronaldinho soccer. We had to do that. And it was just a rule. So yeah, that happened. And then we arrive at this year. And I found myself, thinking, well, it's June. It's Le Mans time. Obviously, the real Le Mans, once again, has been pushed back due to everything that's on fire at the moment. But last year, the iRacing Le Mans ran at the time that the real Le Mans normally does, which is June. It's, the month of May is the Indy 500. The month of June is Le Mans, What one was that, Mike? One of the top streams? The iRacing one. No way, it couldn't be, really. So, it comes to June, and I think, time for iRacing Le Mans again. Let's get back in the saddle. I'm looking forward to it. And then I realised something that we probably should have realised a long time ago. The ACO, the organisers of the real Le Mans 24-hour motor race, are a bunch of crusty old fuckwits and have decided to sign away the rights to the Le Mans 24-hour race in virtual form in an exclusivity agreement to a publisher that doesn't currently publish any racing games. It owns the people that make the R Factor 2 game, which is the platform they used for the official virtual Le Mans 24 hours that happened last year because pandemic, but isn't happening this year because no pandemic. It's all over now, guys. Everything's back to normal and sunshine and rainbows. But the exclusivity agreement means that no one else can do their own Le Mans either. So iRacing, you're fucked. No leagues can do it. It's rubbish. And so me being the stubborn SOB that I am, I saw that and went, well, you know what? You can shove that up your ass. I'm going to do my own Le Mans with blackjack and hookers. Which brought me back to what me and Nay did a couple of years ago, the offline Le Mans. Now, we thought long and hard about this, and people that have been watching on my Twitch recently will have seen, obviously, we've been going through certain candidates again. Forza Motorsport 7, definite candidate. That looked very good for a while. Unfortunately, the game just kind of isn't built for a long-distance enduro. It's a more simcadey, arcadey, fun, short race kind of game, which is fine. It's great. I love the game. It's a lot of fun. It's not really built for Le Mans. It doesn't really have the kind of depth and complexity and simulation aspects. A lot of people were mentioning about how it's kind of crash-prone over long distances. So, unfortunately, we had to scrap that one, which is a real shame. It's a real shame. Which then brought us back to Project Cars 2. A week after starting to play Project Cars 2 again, I snapped the disc live on air. So yeah, my attempt at giving Project Cars 2 another chance lasted about 5 days, and now it's in the bin again. So, it's like those things. Just don't go back. If you've had a brutal breakup, if someone's hurt you that bad, you don't go back. Don't go back. They won't have changed. Just don't do it. And what that all means is we're now left pretty much with one main contender. This game right here. It's a game that's 11 years old now, but it's a game where you can run a full-length Le Mans 24 hours in the career mode. So over here in A-Spec, you've got your endurance races, you've got classics of the Gran Turismo lore, you've got Grand Valley 300, the Roadster 4 hours, Laguna Seca 200, the Suzuka 1000, Nürburgring 4 hours, and down here, you've got the 24 hours of Le Mans. It's right there. There it is. And because it is a legacy game, it's out of reach of the modern copyright god. So, up yours, ACO. So, that's all well and good. That's all well and good. Now, there are some downsides. The entry list for the race is only 16 cars maximum. In Forza Motorsport, you can have up to 24 cars per race. Project Cars 2, you can have 32. The real race has about 60. So, but, you know, there's certain limitations. It is an older game now, a slightly older game. I mean, it's 1, maybe 2 generations old now. But, and unlike in Gran Turismo 4, which is the first game where you could do Le Mans 24-hour races, you got a bigger grid, because in GT4 you only had 6 cars per race, and you can't save in the pits. In this game, you can do what's called suspending the race, where you can save your game and quit out in the pits, and then when you come back, you're back underway, and you kind of pick up where you left off. So there's none of that awkward having to leave your game console on pause for weeks at a time with a post-it note on it saying, "Dad, please do not turn this off. I am mid-race." So overall, given its kind of general reliability, its stability, we kind of know what Gran Turismo is all about. This is it. This is going to be what paves the road back to Le Mans. The road back to Le Mans is paved with an 11-year-old PlayStation 3 game. It just be like that sometimes. Now, things also get interesting when you consider that because it is a career mode event, in fact, what I'm just going to do, just turn the... There we go. There we go. Things get a little bit more complicated when you remember that it is being a career mode race. You kind of have to work up to unlock it. Welcome to Road to Le Mans Mania. Yeah, you have to work up to it in the career mode. Now, luckily, I have my original save game on here from back in the day. But one of the things this game introduced that no one was really a fan of was an XP leveling system. Why did we need level grinding in this game? I don't know. We didn't need it. And it really was a bit of a grind. So unlike in previous games where you just get your licenses and that would unlock various races if you had the cars for them, you could kind of go in a non-linear order. This forced you to go, no, you need to level up first until you're allowed to do this race. Funny thing is as well, licenses in this game are kind of pointless. You don't need them. I looked the other day, look at how little of the license tests I've done. I got B license, and even they got unlocked by bloody leveling. Look, there you go. You have to level up before you can even do the licenses, for fuck's sake. So I got 3 things into International B, didn't even bother with A or S license, which would have been unthinkable in previous games. You'd need International A at least to do the Enduros, but no, we've sacrificed everything to the altar of XP. So, yeah, bad move. Not a fan of that in this game. And of course, you know, GTAJ, you're a bronze driver. You noticed. I'm a wooden driver, wooden spoon driver. But here's where things get even more interesting. This being a slightly older game, it's been hacked and broken open a bit. There's things you can do to it. And being that this was kind of one of the first games on the first generation where you can have like USB connectivity, you could put save files from this game onto your computer and back again. And there's such a thing called the Gran Turismo 5 save editor. What does that do? Basically, it's basically God mode for your Gran Turismo save. So, my original save, you can see at the top of the screen, you see where A and B are. That's my A spec and B spec XP level ranking. The maximum is 40. You'll see both of them are at 40 and 40. This morning, they were at 33 and 29. Yeah, with the save editor, you can just crank them up to maximum. You can also give yourself infinite money. You can give yourself any cars you want in the game. Like I said, it's basically God mode. You can break the game apart and do what you want. You know, I have hacks. I am a hacksaw. I'm elite hacksaw. I have hacksawed the fuck out of this game for our purposes. Now, obviously, I probably will revisit this game at some point. I might even stream it. I've tried completing every single Gran Turismo game on stream at some point. I might well do it with this one. So I'll do a normal vanilla save of this game. But the problem is, when you get to around level 30, leveling up is a real grind. So I just wanted, you know, and between that and having to buy the cars with in-game credits and everything that, you know, that I'm trying to use, it'd be too much of a faff. So that's a little shortcut for us. For our purposes, it's ideal. Now, I mentioned something about being able to give yourself whatever cars you want, which means I have assembled a roster of cars for our offline Le Mans 24 hours alternative virtual Le Mans. Is this a second try at the stream from Thursday? Yes. The stream that didn't happen. So, I have basically given myself every car that could be a candidate for the race. And the point of this stream, this is why it's the official Alternative Virtual Le Mans test day. We're going to be testing out the candidates. Yes, as well, Jason pointed out, in this game, the used car dealership is usually random. Like in Gran Turismo 4, you could work out a cycle of what cars would appear in what in-game days in the used car dealership. Here, it was a total lottery. So, again, with all of that in mind, and given that these cars average around 3, 4, 5 million in-game credits each, that was around 5,700,000 credits used. It was just easier to do this. There was no way I'd have been able to grind all the money to afford all of these and level up to unlock the race and everything. Blah. So, let's take a look at our list of candidates for the race. There are a couple more I want to add at some point, but this is pretty extensive. I'm almost certain that our candidate to drive the race will come from this selection. I mean, there's 23 of them, for fuck's sake. It really should be. So we've got some outsiders down here. These are ranked in performance points, which is kind of an overall rating of how fast a car is. So starting from the bottom, now we're here, is BMW McLaren F1 GTR race car, which I actually used to win the Fuji 1000 endurance race in Gran Turismo 4. The Panos Esperante GTR-1, the big front engine rumbly boy. I love that car IRL. It also was back when I streamed Gran Turismo 3 on the Armbar Arcade, me and Nate's old channel. We used this to beat the Gran Turismo World Championship, which was awesome. But safe to say that the level of competition has increased a bit since then. It's a bit outgunned now, but it is still an outsider chance because basically the one thing that has kind of let Gran Turismo down the years is that the AI, they're competent, they're not generally stupid, Project Cars 2, but they're kind of slow. it's kind of like driving against the seniors division. You know what I mean? So a lot of the fun of Gran Turismo down the years has been finding competitive matchups by kind of BOPing yourself as a driver, myself as a driver, by having a slower car than the AI and then balancing it out from there. So, up here, we've got a new addition for this game. This is the Audi R10 TDI race car. A big old diesel boy right there. We've got the Mazda Furai Concept 08, which is a bit camera shy. It won't show up on the menu for some reason. This was a concept car that was built in 2008, as the name suggests. It also burned itself to death at one point, I think, IRL. Basically, this was kind of like a modern-day Group C prototype concept thingy. It's a lot lighter than the actual race cars from Le Mans at the time, but it looks stylish, it looks really cool. It's got a lot less power. It's a potential candidate there, because the lack of power could be a BOP thing there as well. We've got the Nissan R390 GT1, an old-school favourite of mine. This is very interesting. This is the Audi R10 TDI Stealth model, which I believe, someone might correct me if I'm wrong, I'm fairly certain you could only get this car in a certain pre-order bonus. Or maybe it showed up in the used car lot randomly out of nowhere every time a pig flies over your house or something. But this is kind of the sequel to the 4 stealth cars that appeared in Gran Turismo 4. You remember them? They were 4 Le Mans cars as well. This is a follow-up to that. It's the R10 TDI. Interestingly, this actually has some performance differences to the regular car. As you'll see, it's about 50 kilograms lighter than the normal Audi R10, and it's got 15 more brake horsepower. So PP 668 for the regular R10 TDI, 682 for the stealth one. So there you go. That's it. It's through a special code upon purchasing the signature edition of GT5. Or, you know, hacking your save file. There's an old favourite of mine. Love this car. This was one of the OGs of Gran Turismo. Been in it since pretty much the start. R10 TDI Metal Gear Edition. I like it. The old school Toyota GT1 race car. I love this thing to death. It is definitely a candidate. This is an interesting one. We've got the Peugeot 908 HDI FAP. Yes, that is literally what it's called. You see, look, right there. 908 HDI FAP. That's how you have to say it as well. There's 2 different versions. I didn't know there was any performance change between the 2, but apparently there is. Basically, this one, I call it the Horny Frenchman. You're not far off. I do love this car IRL, even though it kind of suffered a bit of a hilarious demise in the real Le Mans in 2010. But it is a sexual car. It's very fast. Also a diesel like the R10. So a big old diesel power. That's the factory Peugeot, and it's gorgeous blue, silver, and kind of black livery. Almost kind of looks like the Alpine of its day. And this was a privateer 908 HDI FAP that was entered by the Orica Matmut team in 2010 with 11 less horsepower. That's it. And I don't know if that's modelling how that the privateers ran it slightly detuned to the factory. I don't know. But same weight, basically the same car to all intents and purposes. Here's another selection of cars. This is like mid-2000s. BMW V12 LMR, the Le Mans winner from 1999. We've got a selection of Courage C60 LMP1s, which are kind of the main rivals for the Audi R8s in the early 2000s. That's the Peugeot-powered car from 2003. That's the Judd powered race car from 2004. And then a bit up here, we'll find the third one of those. I associate the 908 with horny on our lives now. Speaking of the Audi R8, that, of course, is here. The king of Le Mans in the early 2000s. Basically, when I first started watching Le Mans in that period, everyone would race for 24 hours, and then at the end, one of these would win. So there you go. It was kind of the king final boss of Le Mans. Speaking of screamy final bosses for Le Mans, here's one. Bit older, doesn't matter. This is the Mazda 787B race car, the ultimate screamy boy. My mum once saw one of those cars live in person in 1988, I think, at the Brands Hatch 1000, what was the World Sports Car Championship, what's now known as kind of pretty much the World Endurance Championship. She said her ears are still ringing from that. And that was 1998, 2008, 2018, 33 years ago. So yeah. This is a variant of the Audi R8 race car that was added new for this game, I believe. The Audi PlayStation Team Orica entry from 2005. I don't know if this won the race in 05. It might have done. Entered by Audi France, so it was more of a customer effort, this one. Still awesome. Actually upgraded from the regular one, so it's slightly heavier, because I think by then they tried balancing it to be like, please, could someone beat this fucking car? And no one could. Not until Roger Penske came along with a bunch of Porsche LMP2s. Am I on Porn Car Hub at the moment? No. This is just my garage Gran Turismo 5. Or is that the joke? Is that the same thing? Speaking of porn, speaking of pornography, oh, I see. It's the car that finished 4th overall in 05. Montagny, Gagnon, and Ortelli. So an all kind of French lineup there. Okay. Oh, God. I'm having a major crisis right now. I don't care if anyone wants to say it's basically an Audi R8 that we've already seen in a gorgeous, like, Bentley. Like, it's an Audi R8 in a pretty dress. I don't care. The dress is so pretty. I don't give a toss. It's beautiful. It also did a Nico Rosberg. Showed up in 2003, swept the podium, never raced again. Peace. We've made our point. This was actually a DLC car for this game. And luckily, I found out even though the online service for this game is shut now, you can still download previously purchased DLC, which is great, which means we've got this. The 1988 Le Mans winner. Jaguar XJR 9 LM. Nursing a semi, looking at that Bentley, yeah. Kind of the same with this, to be honest. Nearly 900 horsepower from a naturally aspirated V12 engine. It is a staggering bit of kit, this thing. And you remember we had the Mazda 787B? It's got its own stealth model for this game. And just like the Audi R10 stealth version, this one has some performance upgrades. And I mean, look at how sexual that is. I mean, we know we associate it with the classic orange and green livery like this one, but, four. It's like those, what do they call them? Like the dark ghost edition of the football shirts, like the international football shirts for the Euros. Everyone's doing like the dark matte black versions or whatever it is. Kind of like that. And so the vanilla version has 767 horsepower, 830 kilograms, 702 pp. No. This one has 830 horsepower, 830 kilos, so the same weight, but 710. So a little bit more horsepower. So an 18-wheeler showed up in your house. The stealth models can have the race number set to your liking. Another bonus as well, yeah. This was the third and final Pescarolo that I was telling you about. I believe this was new for this game. Patience, Napa, all in good time. We will be driving these cars. I'm just giving you a rundown of all the contenders. This was a very gorgeous car. Did very well in 2005, I believe. This was one of the closest that Pescarolo actually got to dethroning Audi, which was a mighty effort for what was an independent, like a privateer team, basically. And that's a very sexy car. I remember I had a diecast of that. And up here, we got a few more Group C monsters. The Pescarolo was in GT4. What, the 2005 one? No, I think you're thinking of the 04 one. The 05 one, I'm pretty sure, was new for this game. Oh, it might have been in the PSP, in Gran Turismo PSP, which was basically GT4 / It was GT 4.5 on the PSP. So there you go. That's okay, Napa. That's okay. So there's two separate versions of that one, of that Pescarolo. If you thought that R89C Nissan was sexual, hold on to your pants, because then this one shows up. Oh, yeah. 911 horsepower from a 3.5-litre turbo V6. I believe it was a V6. It's absolute bananas. It's amazing. And then we have the ultimate angry boy of thunder and rage, the Sauber Mercedes C9, the car that birthed Michael Schumacher onto the world out of its flaming, roaring loins. Yeah, 900 horsepower, again, from a 5-litre V8, twin-turbocharged V8, I believe. It is god tier. It is staggering. It is beautiful. It is the silver Mercedes that we didn't mind dupping up everyone because we just enjoyed listening to it too much. And then at the very top here, interestingly, the highest rated of all of the candidates we've got is Nay's favourite car in these games, the Minolta Toyota 88C-V race car from 1989. One of these cars that didn't really do much IRL, as far as I remember. Maybe was this the car that flipped? No, you're thinking of the Mercedes CLK CLR from 1999. So a decade later, Mercedes would be walking in the air at Le Mans. But yeah, this is the Minolta Toyota, 878 horsepower, 850 kilograms. So yeah, because it's slightly lighter than the Sauber, it's actually higher rated. The 36 driven by Jeff Lees, Sekiya, and Suzuki. The trio would later finish 22nd in the WC Japan round, the 1988 World Sports Car Enduro Championship. Okay, so it's might be not very well known IRL because it didn't finish that much, but as an actual car in a game that doesn't model many mechanical failures, it's a beast. So there you go. So that's our short list of contenders. Is smooth. Am I only missing the only one missing the silver Mercs in F1? Maybe. So the Sauber has as much horsepower as the Ferrari LaFerrari. Yes, in a car from over 30 years ago. It's very scary. It's very, very scary. So we go up here and let's check out the entry list. In fact, what I'm going to do first, I'm going to grab my nasal spray. So and not knock everything over in the process. While I do that. Oops. Half-time, by the way, still 0-0. Okay, cool. I, for one, welcome our new black Mercedes Overlords. Well, we welcomed them last year because they look cool. Yeah, okay, so 0-0 in the Euros. Yeah, so let's have a look quickly at the race we will be running, the predicted entry list. Are there any Corvette GT cars in this game? Yes, there's the 2000 Corvette C5R, which is gorgeous, except it suffers from polyphony crap engine modeling for the sound. So it sounds like basically a Roomba or a Dyson. Plus, it would probably be a bit too slow for what we're trying to do here. What match? Wales v Switzerland at the European Championships. So here's the total rundown of entrants. The typical opponents are... Now, this is quite interesting because it actually lists the typical opponents. And, although this is not exhaustive. This is not exhaustive. I've just noticed that. This is definitely not exhaustive. But does it spawn a... No, it looks like the same one every time. Because I know for a fact the Peugeots are in this race. They can enter this race. But that is very interesting. But that is the typical lineup of what we're going to be facing in this race. So anywhere from PP645 to PP714, the Pescarolo C60 Hybride, C5R and racing modifications above those C6s. Yeah, there you go. So there's your kind of estimated, what we're going to be facing here. And one other thing you should know about the race in this game: variable weather. The weather can be doing whatever the fuck it wants throughout the race. So it can start pissing down with rain. It can rain at any time during the race. It can rain for the entire race. It could rain for no part of the race. It's truly random. A lot of the other races we'd be doing this, a lot of the other games we'd be trying to do this race on, you could set what the weather would be doing at certain parts of the race. This, we'd be firing completely blind. So, but again, realistic. You don't control the weather IRL. So there's our kind of predicted entry list. There's the race we're going for. And what we're going to do today on the official alternative virtual Le Mans test day is test the cars. Unsurprisingly, that's what we're going to do. Now, I'm just going to check in the used car dealership that the other two. I remember watching Rhino GT4 having what we call evaporain, where there was raining but track wetness was 0%. Yeah, it wasn't perfect in this game, but very ambitious for the time nonetheless. So what we're going to do, basically, is we're going to take a selection, and I'm probably going to draw these kind of RNG. In fact, what I'm probably going to do first is we're going to look through that lineup again, and we're going to whittle down the contenders a bit. At the moment, we've got 23. Now, given it's mostly modern cars and the maximum rating for opponents... Now, I don't think... Jason might be able to help me with this one. It's mostly modern cars that run as the AI in this game. So, I think some of these old... You can use RNG. Yep, we can use RNG. These older Group C cars are not so much of a thing. Plus, there are things called premium cars in this game because they couldn't... Because there was like a billion, zillion cars in this game. They couldn't give full cockpit details to all the cars. So, of our candidates, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... So the Audi R10, the Peugeot 908, the Jaguar XJR9, and the Mazda 787B Stealth version all have modelled cockpits, which would be my choice of onboard camera for the race. These ones just have like generic blank interiors that kind of look naff, to be honest. Although that looks quite nice because it's open top, and I believe these ones have it as well. They have a sort of, it's kind of low res, but they have modelled it as like an open top kind of car. So the test run I was looking at had cars between 1997 and 2010. Now, I don't think I've seen any old school Group C cars spawn in the AI lineups for these races. Watch some immediately proven completely bollocks. Completely bollock wrong. But that has mostly been the main opponent, maybe the fastest opponent, but also the Peugeots as well. So, I think if we... Hang on a minute. 6, 12, 18, 24... Trying to think. I'm thinking because I've got a series of dice. The dice of decision will help us out here. So, I'm thinking as well, because if we roll dice, if I roll 4 different dice, the minimum we could get was 4. See what I mean? So I'm working out how we'd go, like, so it'd be like 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 24, something, something. This might be easier if I just switched it down to... I can RNG from 1 to any number. You can do that. Yeah, can do that. So I think we're gonna trim down to at least 20. I think unfortunately the McLaren is just not gonna have enough firepower for this race, so we can cut that off. Probably the panels as well. I feel bad. I love the panels. You know that. But I think it's just, again, not going to have enough firepower. It's also a little bit heavier. We're also going to cut the Furai concept because I don't want to catch fire halfway through the race. So that's now, where are we at? Oops. That is, no, that's my current car. We're at 20. There we go. So, Jason, give me a pick between 1 and 20, please. Starting from 1 at the very top to 20. Well, no, 1 at the bottom, 20 at the top. So this is 1. The Minolta Toyota at the top is 20. Jason, if you could do that in chat, please. Just everyone else provide a drum roll. It's 19. So we're going straight to the top. We're breaking out the Sauber first. Bloody hellfire flaming Nora. We're going in at the deep end, aren't we? Yes. Okay. And so, what we're going to do... In fact, I don't need to do this, actually. What we're going to do is now leave GT mode, confusingly, go over to arcade mode. We're going to set up a test race that we're going to do for all of these candidates. Because I want to test them out in race conditions, not just cut laps on my own. The races will be 12 laps long, which should be the length of 1 fuel stint at Le Mans. Because the maximum any of the AI can go, and most of these cars can go, is 11 laps on fuel. So, if we run a 12-lap race in arcade mode, with fuel and tyre wear on, we can test the average lap times, how the cars race, and how far they can go on fuel. Can they go all the way to 11 laps? Can they go even further? Or do they fall short? Do they have to stop every 10 or 9 laps or something? So that's the plan for today. I've already waffled away the best part of an hour, FML, but it doesn't matter. It's a chill day. It's a sunny day here at the official Alternative Virtual Le Mans test day. We're going to stick to dry running for now just to test all the cars. Once I've picked the car that we're going to use, I'll practice in the wet and everything like that as well. So, the regular dry Le Mans for now. 11, 12, 13, 14, 19. Yeah, it was still 19 on this one as well. Okay, good. So, from here on out, we'll use this part, which just shows the favourites from my GT mode garage in here. So, we're going to pick the Sauber. We are going to pick 12 laps. We're going to pick manual transmission. We've not got the right tyres for it. That's annoying. Hang on. You can't buy new tyres for it. The reason why I'm saying that, you may think racing hard tyres, well, you want them to last. Well, the AI will be running racing medium. So we're going to be running mediums as well. Because basically the thing at the real Le Mans is you don't really pit for tyres. If anything, you can get a strategic advantage by double or triple stinting tyres in the real race. You don't pit for tyres first. You wait for the fuel to run out. And then see what you want to do with the tyres and see how worn out they are when you fuel up again. So, The AI in this game actually run medium tyres to reflect that, not the hard tyres, which are the hardest compounds that last the longest, if you will. So if we go back over here, quickly grab a set of racing mediums, and we'll be off to the races, finally. Medio tyres. There we go. Okay. Alright, so now we're good to go. Now I've got my Fanta Zero. And life's pretty good. Well, if you ignore my bank account and how triggering of anxiety it makes me. Otherwise, life is pretty good. You know. How many times have they changed tyres at Le Mans? Maybe 4 or 5 times. Yeah, across the distance of a race. So definitely like double and triple stinting tyres is definitely a strat. That could be something we do here as well. Right, so now we're going to go to Le Mans. Circuit de Lausanne 2009. And then we're going to go, where's our Sauber? We're going to go down here. There it is. 12 laps, manual, racing mediums, driving line off. Going to run the driving assist to be as realistic as possible to the real cars. So, the more modern cars, I believe the late 90s GT1 spec cars had traction control as well as ABS. But some of the more modern prototypes had ABS. The older ones didn't. And pretty much none of them had traction control. So, yeah, there's going to be none here. Which is very scary. And yet their tyres don't explode on the straights. Funny that. Pirelli has left the chat. Tyre and fuel depletion. Yeah, that's kind of important to what we're doing here. And, yeah, let's do it to it. Let's go. The only thing is, because it's in arcade mode, this might not exactly be the same the same lineup as we'd get in the race in career mode, which is why a Toyota 7 from 1970 and a Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak have spawned in this race. So remember, this won't exactly be... I mean, the C60 Hybrid Judd, starting out of 9th place, that will be in the career mode race. That's about it. So that's our benchmark for this race. But otherwise, full 16-car grid, single race, 12 laps. I've never played GT5, so I don't guarantee if arcade run is comparable to simulation. Oh, for fuck's sake, I hadn't thought of that. I would assume it is. I don't see why it wouldn't be. I really don't see why it wouldn't be. It's set to real levels of fuel and tyre wear. 2 Escudos and 2 7s. Yeah, they've sandwiched the field, apparently. So, yeah, where was I? Right. Okay, you can't change it in that section. But I did set the option for fuel and tyre stuff to be real. Fuel and tyre usage to be a thing. So... I'm going to assume, I don't see why it would be different. So, are we ready? Let's do it to it. Here we go. Let the alternative virtual Le Mans test day begin. Okay, we're just going to use this view, I think. Yep. Now, of course, this being a massive rumbling V8 IRL, it means in Gran Turismo, it sounds like a pencil sharpener. I mean, listen to that. What the bloody hell is that, Polyphony? What were your sound engineers doing when they were recording this? Recording some birds in a nearby forest? Ow. Well, there's our main rival for this race. The one we're going to be... Excuse me. Whoa! Obviously, the opening lap skirmish is going to not be quite representative of our true pace, but, you know, it's all part of it. Look at that wing boy. Right, so we're up to 9th in the early going from 12th. Oh, my God, the speed! That's going to be the main advantage of the old Group C cars. The speed! We're topping out at 233! Jesus Christ, and then no ABS. Oh, oh. Ow, I've just been rear-ended. They were sharpening pencils, they really were. Right, so we've somehow yeeted past the Pescarolo. being rather un-Japanese, not perfecting their work. Oh, by the way, there's the Toyota 7. Thanks for coming. Don't really know what you're doing here, but, you know, thanks for showing up. Oh, God. Oh, God. More accidental sending on everyone. Oh, I've got a teammate in front. I've got a teammate. Also, the lap time that we're aiming for is around 340 to 345. If we go faster than that, I may well auto-disqualify candidates because they'll be too fast. And that would be... yes, that. The Toyota 7 doesn't have lights, so we'll have fun with that. They'll have to have a flipping like spotlight in front of the cockpit. There's like a sort of thing off like a naval cruiser. Oh my God! We've just passed 3 cars in front of us. We're doing it for Dale. We just did that for Dale. Ow! Look, it's not my fault you brake like an old granny. Are any of the Group C cars capable of hitting 400 kilometers an hour? You know what? I feel like the Nissan R92 CP might be. In our hands, anyway. I don't know otherwise. This was hitting maxing out 233. Doing it for Roman. What, is he the new Intimidator? Forget Dale Earnhardt, Roman Grosjean is the new Intimidator. Very scared. Grassroots Dale. The true doing it for Dale. I mean, really. I mean, look, the number on this car is 63. So I'm doing it for double Dale and single Dale. Oh, you can't see it from this angle. Oh, there you go. Yeah, 63. I'm doing it for Dale, lads. Oh, God. Oh, the brakes. There just aren't any. Oh, my God. Guys. I don't want to end this test run after 1 lap. But you know, I said something about we're aiming for 340s. You're doing it for George's Mercy. Hell yeah, I am. We've just gone under 340 on the first lap in traffic where we crashed. I'm not saying this car's probably going to be overkill, but yes, it's probably going to be overkill. We'll see where we are after 3 laps. Because like I say, bearing in mind, we don't want to just be the fastest out there. That's great, but I'm going to be doing this for 24 hours. If I'm 3 laps up after 1 hour, it's going to get really boring really fast. We want this to be competitive. Which is why there's silver Mercs 1-2 at the moment. Shit. Help me! There you go. I think that's valid, yes. Also with how neat, I mean, it literally sounds like a flipping Roomba. It sounds like a flipping Roomba. It just offends me. Oh my God, there's Mercs everywhere. There's Mercs everywhere. Is this Bottas? Am I Russell and he's Bottas? Hamilton's just up ahead, so... He turned on brake. Oh, God! This test doesn't really confirm my estimated lap time so far since you're not first. Well, I can run the AI races. I've run the B-Spec version of this race in GT mode for that. I'm literally doing this to test out what I can do in these cars. You know what I mean? Christ in Christicles. Christ in Christicles. Please stop. I'm not sure how I feel about driving this car that's stupidly... Maybe I'm the only one thinking this, but should everyone seem to be looking at older drivers for seats? No, absolutely not. There's enough of them. It sounds like this cheap, shitty handheld vacuum cleaners. Yeah, it really does. I would get bored of it. I'm thinking after 3 laps we will call an early halt to this test and DQ the Sauber for being too fast, too mental, but also too annoying to listen to. Which is a shame, because in IRL it would probably be none of those things. Well, it would be very fast still. Still, fastest laps of B-Spec was in the 338 range, yes. Absolutely. But, like, I'm talking like the fact that we've already done nearly a sub 340. That was the average lap time I was noticing of the AI opponents in the B-Spec races, around there. Some of them on like fresh tyres and that would do like 337s or 38s or the old 36 in like the slipstream. But if we average 340s, that levels out in terms of some laps they'll be slower because the AI doesn't really know what lap traffic is, so they just sort of bleed through around like, am I supposed to pass it? Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm being terribly rude. What vehicle do I drive IRL? I don't. Oh my God. The brake, there's just no brakes. There's no brakes, and then as soon as you touch the throttle out of a corner, it tries to murder you. And we're gonna go, what? Yeah, I'm gonna do this lap, and then I think we're gonna conclude. I think the Sauber may well be. We want a good weapon to take to this race. We don't want a global apocalypse. We're going to do the nay line. We really are. Also, I am out in front now. We've taken the lead. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, my God, the brakes. We want a weapon, not a nuke. Exactly. Yeah, because the thing is, I'm thinking how, like, the AI can run anywhere from like their fastest lap, which is just sub 340, so around like a 337 and stuff like that. But they'll have slower laps. Like historically, Gran Turismo AI has been crap on cold tyres, or warm tyres just before a pit stop. You've also got their slow in lap traffic. I don't think they're very fast in the rain. I think that's an understatement, actually. I think they're pretty crap in the rain. So if you level all of that out, a car that can do between 340 and 345 lap after lap. If you were going with a non-ABS car, you'd have to lower the brake press and brake earlier. Yeah, probably. You want to take a 9mm pistol, not a rocket launcher. Yeah. I'm supposed to be stopping it? No. Okay, there you go. That's how you do it. That's what Rhino would do, absolutely. Who said I rehired you as crew chief? I'm joking. I'm joking. I think it's just... Oh, my God. Why? No, I want to... Oh, my God. Ow! For fuck's sake. Yeah, I'm calling it. Yeah, we're not doing this. I am not driving a flipping Metal Gear for 24 hours. The Swiss have gone ahead. I mean, oh no. Oh, what a shame for Wales. No, I mean, it's really unfortunate, you know. Okay. So we bounce back over to GT mode briefly. We eliminate the Sauber from our... I do not think we only Walsh What? Sorry, I didn't quite understand what you were saying there. Oh. So I've got an itchy toe. Right, so there's the garage. Right, where are we at? Okay, so favourites. We must disqualify the Sauber for being too mental and too fast. So, it is out of the running. First candidate eliminated. Feels like some weird, like, X Factor thing. I'm also, I think, going to take an executive decision and say that these cars as well are also going to be DQ'd. They're older Group C cars that won't be appearing amongst the AI in the race and are going to be of the similar persuasion. So they're going to be mental fast and quite hard to drive and just, you know, just overkill, really. So we're going to DQ those as well. The one exceptions for the moment are going to be the Jag and the Mazda. Sauber suffered the Caterham curse. Too OP. What, Caterham F1? So, excuse me. Do you mean people from Wales? Me? I don't know. So we're now left with 16 candidates. So Jason, pick me a number between 1 and 16. I have a feeling it's if we're going to have any candidates that are competitive. 14. We keep going right to the top of the flipping list. I have a feeling that if we're going to want for a competitive race, we're going to need something sub 700. But we will pick the 787B stealth model. It's another Group B. It's another Group C car. Right, we're going to pick the 787B stealth model, which does have a premium interior, which is nice. Yes, I do. Would rather like to change that. You can hear it screaming. You can hear it wanting to shriek. It balks at us, just firing up. Okay. Group C is too OP. In this game, wouldn't number 14 be the Oh, yeah, you're right. What? Hang on. Yeah. I'm not very good at maths, am I? Very similar. Okay, so it has a lot more horsepower, but it's heavier. And of around the same vintage. So, but it is also a premium car as well. So it will have a modelled interior, which is rather nice. And a rather tasty engine sound, given it's a normally aspirated V12. Which is very nice. Very, very nice. Also, still no driving aids. Slightly terrifying. So it's also going to try and kill you with them 900 horses. Yeah. You're Gura. Who's Gura? Whomst? You might drink that tasty H2O. I should do that. This feels like a proper test, though. A lot of faffing around. We can roll the next car from the other end to fool the RNG. Oh, yeah. Like it. Okay. Yep. Good shout. Like it. Like I say, I feel like to get a properly competitive entrant, we're going to need something... watch it roll 1. Just to spite us now. Like, all right, fuck you. Right. Circuit de la Sarthe 2009. Volten _ Nocturne. GT5, baby. Yes, it is. Welcome along. Are you new around here? If so, welcome in. It's good to see you. We are testing for a special event we're going to be doing at the end of this month, which will be a full-length Le Mans 24-hour stream on this game. Real tyre fuel depletion, yes. And we're just testing potential candidates for the race that are competitive and fun without being too OP. Did I ever play Gran Turismo 5 Prologue? No, not much. I remember seeing a lot about it when it came out, though. And once again, pretty interesting lineup. But there's a lot more cars in this lineup that are going to be closer to what we're going to be driving in the actual race. So, and the Toyota 7 on pole again for some reason. For some reason. GT5 Prologue is... I've changed my name from Voltaire H Solitaire, by the way. Did you follow already on here? I'm trying to remember. Either way, lovely to see you in here. It was like 6-track. Yeah, it was like the early demo, yeah. Oh, lovely to see you in here again then, Voltaire. Voltaire? Is that... Yeah, we'll call you Voltaire. I think that's how you pronounce it. I hope it is. Anyway. It's time for our second run of the alternative virtual Le Mans test day. And this time we're in the Jag. We're in a Jag. And it's got an actual cockpit modelled, which is rather tasty. There's another... We've got a teammate in this race. There's another... We've just driven straight into the back of our teammate as well. Slightly embarrassing. But where are we going? Okay, so on the one hand, the engine sound not quite as crap as the Sauber. On the other hand, Does this sound like a normally aspirated 7-litre V12 to you? Or does this sound like a particularly strong microwave? If you answered B, you are the winner. Clarkson would be happy, yes. We're in a Jag. The fact because we're in an arcade mode race that's spawning shit like Suzuki Scudos. Jesus Christ, the slipstream. We're topping out at 234 on the Mulsanne. Dip, steady. There we go. Okay. Sounds like an inline 5. Yeah, exactly. How have you managed to make a Volvo engine out of a Jaguar XJR9, you planks? Sadly, it's not green, but that's okay. It is in its second most iconic livery instead, then. Right behind a 787B. Oh, and up the inside of the Minolta Toyota. And there's the Sauber that we were just up against. So given that we're charging through the field already and already catching up with the Sauber C9, I'm a little concerned that this may also fall victim to OP-ness. Then again, OP-ness. Don't misquote that. Don't misquote. You're going to, aren't you? Christ. Anyway, the Minolta can have its position back for the moment. We can shit ourselves under braking again. I see you ignore a few blue flags. Thing is, early on in Le Mans in these games, like, it's like the real Le Mans, you know, it's pretty level peggings, there's a lot of slipstream. Just say overpowered, yes. That's why I tried to, what did I, yeah, OP-ness, that's it. It is more forgiving on the brakes than the Sauber, I will say that. You should try GT6's arcade mode. I really don't have much interest in playing Gran Turismo 6 again, ever again, really. Oh, God. What do you mean GT5s? Oh, God. Oh, my. All right, do you want to turn at all? Corners? Wow, this thing is understeery as funk. Goodness me. You can tell this wasn't built with these. This was built far before the Porsche curves existed. Back more in the days when Le Sart was basically a glorified oval. Oh my God. Oh my God. And speaking of which, no, I meant 6. Oh, okay, no, I don't really have any interest in playing Gran Turismo 6. Not right now, especially when we're playing 5. We've done a 3:38.9 on the standing lap. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, this is far too OP. I think we can completely reject Group C as a whole for candidates. I think you're gonna be right. We're thinking along the same lines. This is definitely more comfortable to drive than the Sauber, which unfortunately means it's probably faster. Idea, start with the slowest car and see how far. Whoa, God! Sorry, I thought you were saying there, Orion, in a minute. I got slightly distracted there. Sending and counter-sending at 230 miles an hour. Just Le Mans things. Turn of the page, perhaps. There aren't any in this game, unfortunately. Comfy Jag versus Mental Merc. Oh, but you know what, though? Again, I don't really want to jinx it, but... Excuse you. Excuse you. Steady. Oh! Side by side. Oh my goodness. Side by side back down the second straight that is almost as scary as the real Mulsanne straight because it's really narrow. Jesus Christ, Rattan dropping a Sauber. Help me. Is he still side by side with you, the mad git? No, he's not. Okay, he's backed out. I forgot you'd only have RUFs here. Yeah. Unfortunately, no parishes for this occasion. Okay, that's how you do the parish curves. I went a bit farmer at the end. That's how you do the parish curves. CCR Yellowbird, though. No, we're not. No, that's still a road car, right? Oh my God. Oh. Yeah. Okay, I think we're done here. 331.1. Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me. I think we are going to have to disqualify the Group C lot. Maybe go for a GT1 next. Well, we'll see what RNG throws up. Does GT Sport have any parish race cars? It does. That's the 919 LMP1 hybrid. It's got the 962 Group C car, which is amazing. Yeah, it's got some parishes in that one. Ready with Rung. Jason's got the Rung. Oh, the 911 GT3. Yes, which reminds me, when I have money, which is question mark at this point, unless people want to be generous with the Ko-Fi link that's on the stream right now, you want to tip me? Please. I got nagged about my phone bill this morning. Help. But, no, I'm only joking anyway. But, like, yeah, when I go back to iRacing, gonna get the 911 GT3. Big enough fan of it in GT3 racing anyway. Like, fucking amped from anti-racing at the Nürburgring 24 hours, stuff like that. So, can't wait to drive that. It's one of the first GT3 cars that me and iRacing that I actually properly like, yes, I love that car. I want to drive it. The others I'm kind of like, yeah, they're good, but I don't love them, you know? It's like that Jeremy Clarkson meme where it's like, this is brilliant, but I love this, you know? Right, so, PP is 710 was still way too much, so I'm going to DQ everything over 700 performance points. So the Jag's out, the Stealth 787B is out. The C60 Hybrid Judd, as I think it's going to be one of the fastest AI cars we're going to face in the race. Yep, that's out too. We did DQ the Jag. DQ the Bentley, sadly. I'm slightly sad about that. Very sad. Very sad about that. Oh no. Anyway. So there we go. We'll do that. 701. Now, the problem is, I really do like the Peugeot 908. It's dead on 700. I love how Top Gear's become a source of memes lately. Yeah, old Top Gear as well. Not even... Now, you know what? Because the field's getting slimmer, I'm going to bring back a couple of candidates from earlier that I thought would be not enough. So, McLaren F1 GTR, you're back in play. Oh, there's also another that I think might be an interesting candidate that's more left field, but could be worth a go. The Furai concept, you're back in play for the moment. A lot of this may come down to personal preference as well. You've got to understand that. 600, I think, is going to be a little bit too little for the Audi R8 GT3. Ironic, we were just talking about GT3 cars. But we also have this from a bonus pack, the DLC pack that came, which was the touring car pack, which changed a load of road-going cars into touring car race versions, including this, the Nissan GTR R35 touring car. Now, you'll notice it's got 664 performance points. It's only 4 less than the Audi R10 TDI LMP1. So I think I can throw it in there as a contender. Like I said, hang on a sec. No, you know what? No, they're straight up GT cars. We're not going to do that. Okay. I was just going to say about the Viper and the Corvette C5R. But no, I don't think there'll be enough. Oh, hang on. Just one more. I think it'll be too undrivable for the most. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Laggy game. Let's just check over here, though. The GT Boy Citroen race car. There it is. Pretty batshit insane. I remember the handling on that was wayward, shall we say. But I love that car. 619 performance points. So Rey Mysterio there. The Rey Mysterio mobile. A little bit too little, so... Little by little. It's the Corvette C5R in the dealership here. No, but a lot of NASCAR... Oh, my God. No. Don't... No one... It's 630. It's still lower than, like, the McLaren. Don't make me do this. If any of you dare be like, NASCAR, just shut up. No, we're not doing... How much of a hilarious disaster would he be? Oh, Jerry's commentating on Formula 1. It would be funny. For the wrong reasons, I suspect. But, yeah, I think we're good for the lineup. We've got a few wildcard entrants now. So, NASCAR raced once at Le Mans in the 70s. It did, Oriole. It did. I might do it for the memes later on. So, we are now down to 13 contenders. In fact, we'll make it 12, because I'm just not interested in the Ferrari, really. I'm not interested in the Ferrari. I'm just not, unfortunately. So, Jason, you got 12 there in the RNG machine. 5. So 5 up from the bottom. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who was it who wanted a GT1 car next? You're going to get your wish. We've got a Nissan R390 GT1 on deck from 1998. There you go, Oriole. Look what we got on deck. The Nissan R390 is up next. 765 horsepower. Now, a sneaky advantage with this car is that IRL, I believe, GT1 cars of the period had traction control and ABS. So... R390 GT1, driving aids. So, I believe... On where? What? Whoa, the bloom. I don't know what that is in the background. That looks like some sort of indie Steam game. 1-1. Wales have equalised. No, I don't want GT3 cars, you fucking dumb fuck nug. Fuck nug. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, nice. Just found a guide to all the eras of GT1 and where the cars are now. You fuck nut. So I'm trying to find... We've got the Nissan on deck, haven't we? I'm trying to find, for love nor money, whether the real cars... Because I remember, I seem to recall, in Project Cars 2, authentic assists would mean you'd have traction control and ABS on the GT1 cars of the late 90s. So, it's almost impossible to find on a lot of the older cars whether they did have any, like, driving aids or what. I prefer chicken nuggets, thank you very much. Nissan R390 Longtail. Uprated R390. Ferrari in production cars, blah, blah, blah. Being equipped with an improved X-Track gearbox and updated ABS system. So we know the Nissans. So it had ABS at least. Hang on, let's see if there's a find on page thing here. Find in page. Aha! An improved ABS system is fitted along with switchable traction control. So, this car did have traction control after all. So that might be a little bit of a help for us, because I think generally they're a little bit outgunned against the top in the class here. And you'd think so in terms of performance points, but that might be what helps us here. Just a little bit. But I won't have much of each on, like 1 or 3 maybe of each. So there it is, the R390 GT1. We're on racing medium tyres, yep. Off traction control. We'll have traction control 1 and ABS 1. So fairly low either way, yep. Tyre fuel depletion, yep. And all the other settings are good. Okay, third into the breach. The Nissan R390 GT1. One of the OGs of this class in these games. I remember this and the Toyota GT1 were some of the first Le Mans cars that I remember being in these games. Which is very cool. Sorry. Okay. Much more of a representative grid as well. Which is rather helpful. So, racing medium tyres, traction control and ABS on, we're good. All right, let's do it. Let's do this. Didn't that Nissan engine serve as the basis for the modern McLaren engines? I don't know. You know what, Mark Claren? You tell me. Also, I'm feeling around with the microphone because I'm like, it's not sure if it's close enough to my mouth. You can all hear me all right, right? I assume so. Okay. Here we go. What? All right, here we go. There's our R390. So as you can see, we've been outgunned into turn 1 speed-wise by the Pescarolo, but it doesn't matter. We're counter-sending with ABS. We can do... Oops! Jesus Christ! Our fellow GT1 brethren decided to make it 3 wide out of Dunlop chicane with a Nissan R92 CP. Absolute mad lad. Oops. Just rear-ended another Nissan. Go up the inside. There we go. Good launch off the corner. We'll get past the Jag as well. This is where we may suffer a little bit. I don't think these cars had great top speed. Though we are approaching 200 miles an hour. 200 miles an hour. Yeah, there goes the Jag. I mean, the Jag's in the slipstream, but we are still hitting 210, 213, 215, 216. We're topping out around 216, so... Jesus Christ, we're getting gangbanged. We're getting gangbanged by Group C cars. No gap, still car. If no gap, still car. Okay, so I think this tops out at 215, which is about 15 to 20 miles an hour slower than the cars we've been in so far. Actually, no, it doesn't. That's bollocks. It goes all the way up to 220 by the look of it. If car gap, if car. Oops. Okay, steady. Just because it has traction control on doesn't mean it still doesn't get lively under your right foot. You're still dealing with 800 horsepower there, AJ. Yeah, it's topping 221 in the draft. Can you make setup changes in arcade mode? Might be worth to make the gears a bit longer. No, Oriel, we're testing. We're going to be here all day if we start tweaking around with setups for individual cars. We're finding what car works best for the race, and then we'll work on the setup for that one. This is just testing every car in its base state and seeing where we go from there. Does feel nice and comfortable though. Well, pretty certain a bed for razor blades would feel pretty comfortable after the previous two cars we've driven. What, Jason? Ow. I found the setups. Oh, God. Oh, no. But we're not doing them. I reiterate again, we're not doing them per car right now. We'll pick a car for the race, and then we'll do the setup for it. Because then otherwise we're just going to make all the cars OP, probably. Cool, as long as you know. And for the first time, our standing lap time wasn't sub 3 minute 40. It was 3:46.2. Now, of course, that was in the tow. That was a standing lap, but also in the tow. So, ideally, I want to see if we can get a clean lap in some of these test races and see what our time is without draft or anything. See, early on in the races, you know, kind of inevitable. Oh, up the inside. What a send. One of the Pescarolos. Oh, and he's counter send right back. He's not having that. Good run out of the corners there. Onto Mulsanne. Here we go. That is interesting. It looks like a lot of these cars have the advantage on top end speed, though. Also, that's a Peugeot 905 in the middle of all this, and that looks like it was slower and looks like it was actually holding up the Pescarolo for top speed there. Also, wow, we're 11.3 seconds down the road from whoever's out in front, but that's probably like a Sauber or something, which we're probably not going to be facing in the real race. So, oh, here comes a Nissan R92 CP. Oh no, oh, we're going to get slammed. We've just been duppied. Oops. I want to stop going up Uranus, Nissan. I don't want that. Nissan on Nissan violence. But now is no time for a Nissan civil war. Yeah, we lost like another second and a half to whoever's leading down the straight, so this could be interesting, you know. This is kind of more what I wanted, something that maybe has a disadvantage somewhere, but you make up for it elsewhere. It's competitive, you know. We need an underdog car, because like I say, otherwise oh God, the poo. Just drilled the Pescarolo there. Yeah, they are motoring away in a straight line. But handling sections in the draft, that's where we're going to get them. And of course, like I said, around 340 to 345 is what we're looking for. Because if we can average that lap after lap in the race, there will be laps where the AI will be slower than that. They are hapless in lap traffic, and we're up the inside of the R92CP there. I was just informing that setups exist. Yeah, no, that's okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oops! You fertilised some farmland around the circuit too, no? From my massive amounts of poo. So we're up to 6th place early in this battle. Oops! Peugeot! What are you doing, you blithering, cheese-eating surrender monkey? Oh, up the... Oh, snuck through there. That was nice. Okay. So we're now up to 5th place. 2-1 Switzerland. You just dump all that shite like James Bond drums, oil slicks. That's exactly what it is, actually. Oh no, I have some bad news for you. I think we're going to go slightly under 340 this time. It's not going to be far off, though. 338.3. Okay, I'll accept it. We were in the draft for a lot of that as well. So that is not... I mean, that wasn't... The cars we were driving before were doing that off a standing start. In traffic when I was literally screaming every time I looked at the brake. I feel like I'm really having to wheel this car to get that speed out of it, you know? And it looks like it's using the tyres quite quickly as well, so... That's AJ's Pumas, the list of WMDs. Oh, go on. That's the Oracle PlayStation Audi R8. Oh, what a run out of the corner there. What a run out of Théâtre Rouge. Which is not the fancy French name for the colour of my poo. Oh, oh no, it's VAR. Yeah, good, it's VAR time. Offside. Oh, was it offside by an armpit hair or a toenail? Find out next week on next week's episode of VARZ. Dragon Ball VAR. A shoulder. Yeah, there you go. The most bollocks rule. I like the fact that they've finally attempted to fix the handball rule for this tournament. As in the horrendously broken handball rule, which was like, you're standing next to a player, he shoots the ball point blank range at you, it smacks your arm, which is literally scratching your arse. The referee immediately gives a penalty and sends you off for the crime of having an arm that didn't immediately go Dragon VAR all. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, the Nissan R390 so far is right in the pot for, it's very competitive. We're going to get a slipstream down here from the R8. There should be a handball called in Italy versus Turkey, where it looked like, well, to be fair, that looked like one that I wouldn't have, that would have been harsh under the old rule for me. Same sort of a guy, well, if it's the one I'm thinking of, it looked like the defender just kind of had his arms down by his side, and then the ball came in and smacked him on his arm, and he was like, shit, I couldn't make my arms disappear. Here's something as well about the race that I may not have mentioned so far. I said that 2 years ago when Nay and I did the Project Cars 2 Le Mans, obviously we co-drove that one. In iRacing, 3 drivers. Well, it probably was a different one that I'm thinking of then, Jason. Yeah, 2 years ago when we did the 2019 offline Le Mans on Project Cars 2, me and Nay co-drove that. I did the iRacing Le Mans. Obviously I co-drove that with Nick and Danny Brennan. Nay's not feeling Gran Turismo 5 for this one. So it looks like I'm probably going to be soloing this. Whoa! Oops! What have we got here? What have we got? 336.6. I'm willing to keep going with this run, though. It is slightly under the target time, but oops, then things like that might happen. It's bad that I think this looks more realistic than Project Cars 2. No, I kind of agree with you. A lot of Project Cars 2 looks spectacular for like its visual effects, but it almost looks fuzzy. You know what I said earlier about traction control not actually stopping all the wheel spin? Yeah, I think you just saw a demonstration of that. Whoa, and again. So this is interesting. The rear tyres seem to be going away quite a lot in this car. But yeah, no, I agree with you, Napa. I think this game looks just really nice and clean. Yeah, I think we're going to continue in this run for a full stint. I think Body Cars 2 is okay and actually fun with shorter races. The thing is, Jason, I agree with you. The thing is, a lot of what Project Cars 2 does is amazing. And in certain scenarios, it's great. When everything works, it's great. It is so close to being almost the perfect sim racing game. And then the shit that it gets wrong is so inexcusable and so frustrating that it just ruins the whole thing, which is really frustrating. Meantime, here comes the R8 again. Oh, would you stop that? Haha! Till we get the switch back. Mark Laren, get as much sleep as you need to. Rest is important. Thank you for hanging out here today. I appreciate it. You know I always appreciate your company here. Sorry, I just keep looking over occasionally and see 0 drop frames. I'm like, oh, hello. Where the hell have you come from? Mr. R92CP man. You have returned with vengeance. Nissan on Nissan violence is about to erupt again by the look of it. It can give you some wacky ideas, like the ability to race Group C on brand tracks except the rallycross layer. Yeah, there is that as well. I love the fact you can have any weather on any combination of track that you want. You can have, like, snow at Le Mans or whatever. Like I said, there's a lot of... So much of that game is really good, and it's so close to being perfect, and then it just... Like, it's not like it's just mediocre and crap across the board, like it was... Like, if it was in a race, it's not like it would finish last and having crapped itself every time it tried running for more than 100 yards. It made it all the way round. It was a world-class race, and it was leading by miles, and then as soon as it entered the final straight, both its kneecaps exploded, and it just kind of folded itself up and puked on its own pants, and died before it even got to the finish line. And you're just like, oh, so I've done all of that for so well, and then that, and then that, really. Whoa, okay. Okay, so that was a bit more sketchy, without as much slipstream, by the way. So a 338.6 out of the draft. Now, what's intriguing is I don't actually know at the moment where the Pescarolo C60 Hybrid, the 2005 model, is. I have one word, Toyota. What's that? Are you trying to give me PTSD flashbacks there, Kelly? Is that what you're trying to do? Every ounce of fun ruined, yeah. I still have mental scars when I've seen the curse words pit box currently occupied. You don't say. I just felt my stomach muscles convulse there for a moment, just saying that word, saying those words. Pit box currently... pit box currently... Fucking hell. My spoof puking nearly made me crash there. No IRL. Oh, IRL Le Mans, right. Oh, yeah. As in shitting the bed inside the finish line. I'm with you now, kid. I got you. Shift 2 Unleashed vibes. Yeah, well, same company. And ironically, Project Cars 3 ended up being Shift 3 anyway, so they were like, yeah, we just want to make Shift 3 now, but not call it that. We're going to make it Project Cars 3, but it's not going to be Project Cars 3, it's going to be Shift 3. But it's still going to be the best sim racer ever, but it's also going to be an arcade racer, and it's going to be amazing at that. And then it released, and it was kind of meh at both. And then had this weird, like, contrarian fan base where all the people were like, no, actually, it's quite good. Sharp, it's fun. It's really banter. And I'm like, no. Why are you... Because that sort of contrarian thing to me just comes off like you're trying to... You may not even mean to. You may just be trying to be contrarian and kind of, you know, have a different opinion. But you end up kind of going into bat for the people who have made it. And I'm like, I don't think they need defending at this point. And by the way, guess who has been saying... Guess who has been bleating on again about how amazing Project Cars 4 is going to be? These fuckers don't learn their lesson. They don't learn a single thing, do they? They really don't. I'm not even going to pay attention. I'm going to say this right now. If anyone even tries mentioning, if it's even, I don't know if it's even going to happen. It may still be years away, we don't know. But if it does happen and there's announcements for it and shit like that, I don't care. People can come into the chat and go, you're hyped for Project Cars 4. What do you think of Project Cars 4? No, I don't care. Don't care. I might play it if it actually releases. If I can get it as a press copy or a review copy of something. Yeah, that's fine, Oriole. It's like, I think the problem is it's like, it's a decent arcade racer. Had they just focused on it being that, then it would have been great. But they didn't. Ooh, a 335.5 there. Banger. Nice, okay. So much for tyre wear. Looks like the Bentley up ahead. Times out on site, all mentions of Project Cars 4 and SMS. There you go, Jason. I will be trigger happy with when people mention that. I don't give a shit. Don't care. Don't have to care about it. I don't have to care about what Ian Bell or anyone at this stupid company has to say about any of his games. Only thing I care about is the actual game. If it comes out, I might give it a go out of curiosity. Otherwise, I don't have to even bother listening and reacting to, you know, I don't like reaction culture anyway. Just like, we've got to react to everything that's been said. You have to have an opinion on everything. For some reason, Ian Bell thought he could compete with fucking... Yeah, we remember that after Project Cars 2. Human suspended reason Ian Bell. God, can you imagine if Ian Bell himself showed up in the chat? Just Ian Bell _SMS shows up. It'll be a race for everyone to dogpile him in the chat, and then before Jason could just ban him. Insta-ban. Oh, they're trying pole shootout in the British Touring Cars. Nice. Is that like one-lap shootout thing for the top 10? That is baller. That's what I wanted Formula 1 to do. Just turn Q3 into a top 10 shootout. So what if I play Project Cars 4 and it's actually good? Okay. Great. I'll be happy. They'll have finally come through. After 4 games, they'll have finally come through on some of their promises. So, there you go. What I'm saying is I don't have to care or react or speculate about anything they say anymore when the first 3 games in the Project Cars series, all of that has turned out to mostly be absolute bollocks. I'm literally, the only emotional investment I have is, oh, a game called Project Cars 4 has just been released. Yeah, it's a racing game. Okay, I'll give it a play. And then see how I feel about it. Without sort of like months and months of, Ian Bell says it's the greatest game ever. I don't even care that you maybe miss a shift there, Oriole. That was good. I applaud you there. Well done. Well done, sir. Very good. Very, very good. I applaud you there. Well, I would, but I'm kind of busy. My hands are kind of full. Hands currently occupied, you could say. Both hands currently occupied. Ooh. Man, this car's still twitchy as fuck with traction control on. So that was definitely a more sketchy lap, so that was still 3:39.3. And okay, those rear tyres are starting to go away now. I don't think we could double stint the tyres if we wanted to. Now that is definitely a strat. Twitch streamer currently occupied playing a better game. A less glitchy game, yeah. You know what, I'm starting to have a suspicion that the Audi R10 TDI might be the perfect choice for this race. We've yet to test it yet, but we'll see. Ow. I think, you know what? I think what it is, traction control or otherwise, I think the rear tyres are starting to go away. We're 7 laps into a run here. The only thing unoccupied is in Bell's head. I mean, it's full of holes and dreams of bullshit. I totally send you a coffee, or I barely got 100 quid. Jason, don't worry about it. It's never mandatory. You understand. I appreciate the sentiment, and I love the fact that, like, monetary support is never, like, mandatory, and I appreciate all the support that all of you give me stream after stream that doesn't involve money changing hands. It's lovely in its own right, you know? Okay. Now, interestingly, last few laps, these two cars behind, the Nissan R92CP and the Audi R8, have both used the car. Do you want to stop? Do you want to stop? Well, now they haven't, because they just passed me anyway. I still send you cash via Patreon. That will stay as long. I appreciate that, Jason. I need to officially relaunch my Patreon. Because every so often I'll get like someone's unsub for it, and I'm like, well, I don't blame them. I've not posted anything on there. And I'm rich in good vibes and kind of, oh, Mike. Oh. Oh. I'll send like hearts and heart eyes and that to Mike right now. He's just a lovely human being. And he's got a very nice cat. That's not even an innuendo. He genuinely has. Every so often he posts pictures of Burt in... he's got a cat named after Burt Reynolds. And it's just a pile of fluff with legs. It's the cutest thing. We still need that stream, by the way, Mike, of Burt playing iRacing. We do. And seeing how far he'd get in rookie class. Fairly convinced that if we put Super Mike's cat in front of a steering wheel, it wouldn't finish last in rookie Mazda MX-5s. Or definitely not rookie street stocks, anyway. Mainly because that mad French lad, or wherever he was, the guy who was just cutting promos on him, he just wouldn't shut up in text chat in the rookie oval races. The guy who handed us our first win on the ovals by obliterating the leader from 5 laps down because of some beef from a race beforehand. Yes, Mike does have a cat. I can't believe you'd say that, Oriel. I won that race on pace alone, thank you. It just so happened that the cars that were faster than me were absolutely bodied out of the race. Another 3:39.6. Okay. Lap 8 now. So we're coming up towards the pit window. Oops. Now, fuel-wise, I think we should be more than good. This might be the rare case where the tyres actually go first, you know. Ooh, hello. Sneak back past the Nissan. Very nice. Oh. Being crashed, just putting a driver's pace down. You don't say. Yeah, the rear end's starting to get twitchy on worn tyres. Change only the rears. You could be onto something there, although the thing is, at the real Le Mans, oh, thank you, Kelly. Thank you, I appreciate that a lot. That's really nice of you. That R92CP does not feel the love either. So he can sod off. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm like, there's a line in the Top Gear, what was it, the Middle East special, where they've got the substitute car that no one wants, and May's car's like exploded already. And he fixed it overnight. And there's a bit where he's driving along and he's like, I do wish the backup car would stop following me. He's made his point. I've triumphed over him. So he can sod off, frankly. It's just the way he looks at the camera and he goes, so he can sod off, frankly. That's kind of me with the R92CP. I'm just like, you've made your point. I will triumph over you. Fronts are fine. Yeah, they are. They're barely half worn. I remember that it was a beige Skoda convertible. What's that? What's a beige Skoda convertible? Oh, the backup. No, it wasn't. It wasn't Skoda. It was an Opel, wasn't it? A Vauxhall Corsa, Vauxhall Astra, something like that. I love the fact as well that part of the joke in those series is like they will genuinely rather suffer like death and hardship and sleepless nights rather than just drive a different car because they hate that different car so much. It's like, I will choose death rather than drive this car. Oh, the Africa special. Right, the Africa special was Volkswagen Beetle, wasn't it? Because they, for some reason, have a massive hate bone over the original VW Beetle. I've never quite understood. All the others, I'm trying to think. I rewatched the Bolivia special the other day. They didn't have one for that one. Maybe because they were just too focused on just getting the main guys through without dying in a billion different painful ways, from being bitten by spiders in the rainforest to falling off mountains, etc. Yeah, I love the Bolivia special. Actually, oh shit, the poo bed. One had an ugly old Skoda. You know what? I'm trying to think which one. It might be one of the later ones that I don't remember too well. Yeah, Vietnam, the Vietnam special. Obviously, they're all on bikes, so they just had a little moped two-stroke thing, but it was painted in like red, white, and blue, and blaring "Born in the USA" by Bruce Springsteen on it. Which, yeah, driving through Vietnam in an American Stars and Stripes coloured motorbike, singing "Born in the USA," is, you know, that's a good question. It's a bit like driving through certain parts of the Republic of Ireland with a George Cross smothered car blasting "God Save the Queen." There are certain parts of the Republic of Ireland that would not appreciate that. You know. Or, you know, driving straight. Box this lap. Or possibly. We're good for fuel. See if we can make it to 11 laps on fuel without the tyres falling off considerably. We'll have a slipstream this lap as well. For the Nissan. This is what the Nissan's doing. He actually wants to get back in front to help us. Except he's not helping. He's just not. Like, please. 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 Well, we've settled into a consistent pace anyway. I love that. Best lap, lap 5 at 3:35. Lap 6, 3:39. Lap 7, 3:39. Lap 8, 3:39. Gee, what do you think our lap time this lap's going to be? Oh, haha. You'll get us back with the straight line OP. Woohoo! Spicy, okay. Yeah, basically we're going to try and run each of these cars as part of the test. We're going to run them as far as they can on fuel. Basically, as long as they can get 11 laps, we should be good. We can run with like 9 or 10 lap stints, but, you know, it's endurance racing. You want to minimise pit stops where you can. And, you know, those extra 1 or 2 laps without pitting throughout the race are really going to end up adding up over 24 hours. And we've still got over about a third of a tank of fuel left, so we're fine on fuel. The rears are going away, but they have gone away and sort of settled in at a consistent level of shittiness, so... Do you want to stop blithering? I'll send it. Send it up the inside. The Nissan Civil War's kicking off again. The Nissan team boss, the general manager of Nissan Motorsports right now is just face-palming in the garage. It's like, what the can these people stop? We've been glued together for the entire race. Takasufa Kubo nutmeg 4 while scoring a goal. What the hell is this in? Right, let me guess, another... No, it's not going to be a 3:39 this time. It's a 3:38.4. 4. Japan v Jamaica. Oh, wow. Okay, so very much not part of the Euro Championships. Is this the... Well, fuck it. We'll just play our own games. Whoa, whoa, whoa! So we're on to lap 10 now. Please. See, you know what? I know I said about going 11 laps. What car am I driving? This. Nissan R390 GT1. Oh, I forgot there's like accumulated dirt and stuff in that in this in GT5. It's quite cool. That's quite nice. Yeah, the thing is, like, I know I said running to 11 laps. Those rear tyres are so shagged now that we might make it 10 laps for this car. It was a friendly game. Is this the men's or the women's? Because I know the women's team have been playing some friendlies lately to like warm up for the Olympics later this year. So that would be awesome. The women's football at the Olympics. Ah, the men's team. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think because of the tyre wear, I'm going to make it 10 lap stints for this car. Please stop. Please stop. Yeah, I'm definitely going to make it 10 laps. Oh, yeah, of course, they're in the... Wow, okay, we've just lost all those positions. Bad Nissan. Bad Nissan. Think about what you've done there. Think about the fact you just decided not to stop for the hardest braking point on the entire track. Ah, pretty much the under-23s plus 3 older players. Yes, because that's the men's rules, isn't it? I love how in women's football there was no regulation on it because, you know, not many people cared about women's football for a long time. And now it's like, fuck it. It's another crown jewel. It's up there with winning, like, you can win the World Cup in the women's football game and you can win the Olympics, gold medal at the Olympics. Whereas in, like, men's, it's like, yeah, it's the World Cup and the Euros and the Champions League and the something else and the what and the cheese and the Copa America and the Copa London and the Audi Trophy. None of which Harry Kane has won recently, apparently. Yeah, I've definitely made the executive decision we're pitting at the end of this lap. Those rear tyres are just about gone. Okay, there we go. It switches to auto control. Just before the chicane on pit entry. That's useful. Refuel. Maximum. We could double stint the fronts, but I think the thing is, I think, because at the real Le Mans, they change tyres and then do fuel separately. You save time if you double stint tyres. Here, yeah, there you go. You're refueling at the same time as you're changing tyres, so you're going to be sitting there fueling up anyway. You may as well put tyres on. So, what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to call it there, but I'm going to write down a few details. So, I'm going to make a note on my phone. There was a PlayStation Pescarolo in the pits. Oh, yeah. Well noticed. So, Nissan R390 GT1. This is for my own, spreadsheet that I'll have. You can't cancel the fuel while it's going. Yeah, you can. I can if I want to. I think. Oh, no, you can't, actually. Okay, which maybe that's more realistic, though. You can't just press a button on the dash and be like, someone's like, it automatically goes, okay, I'm stopping fueling now. 10. Excuse me. Fastest lap. 35.590. Average lap 338. 2, 3, 39. There we go. Okay. So, the Jag. Right, okay. So, made some notes there. The R390 GT1 is officially logged as a contender. We have done our test run. We don't really need to finish the race after that. We wouldn't really be gaining much out of it. Just running a couple more laps, basically. Okay. So the Nissan R390 GT1's on the board. 10-lap pit window. Fastest lap at 335.5. And the average lap time of 338.39. Very good contender. Yes, I would agree. I would agree. So, what have we got now? So, interestingly, I think GT mode, much faster than the Nissan as well. We're going to be in overkill. We're going to be in OP territory, but we'll see about that. So, if we have a look in the garage again. So, okay, the favorites. Yeah, so there's the R390. The Audi R10 TDI Stealth is 682. The GT1 is 690. Slightly less horsepower than the R390, but 100 kilos lighter. So, and then the Peugeots, all of these, I think. You know, I want to keep the 908s because at least they have premium interiors. But I'm going to discount the Pescarolos and the BMW V12. I just feel like they'll be a bit too OP. The Peugeot, I think the regular factory Peugeot 908 is probably going to be too much. The Orica Matte Peugeot is an interesting choice. Because it's got slightly less power. Yeah, it's got 21 less horsepower than the regular one. Not much, you know. So I think the GT1 can stay for the moment. R10 TDI. The field is narrowing at this point. It's narrowing a lot. So, we're now down to. So, what have we got now? We've got 1, 2, 3. Good. What's good for? What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again now. Yeah. Etc. What I'm actually going to do now is I'm going to pick the next one. The fact that the field is narrowing, yes. What I'm actually going to do now is pick the next one already. No RNG needed this time. Jason, you can stand down. I'm going to try out the R10 TDI, the regular one. So, what are the stats for this one? It's 11 pp's less than the R390. It's 75 kilos lighter. Has less power, but I think it has better top speed for its gearing. And its fuel economy is very good. And I think it can easily make 11 laps on fuel. The fact it's lighter should mean it doesn't use the tyres as much. But I think this is good. Where are we at with the stream time? Blimey. 2 hours 18. And still not a single drop frame. You don't understand quite how happy that makes me. I feel like that independent Peugeot had less power because it may have been the second-hand factory Peugeot engine from the previous year. Maybe. But I do also remember it's the 2010 version. And I suspect, because I remember in the real race, what happened was the factory 908s were slapping the Audis silly in terms of pace. But then they started spectacularly blowing up. Now, the Orica Matmut Peugeot, the privateer one, was running detuned a little bit. And then later on in the race, when all the factory Peugeots had exploded everywhere, the head of Peugeot went down to the Orica Matmut team and they're like, turn your car up, go. And they were like, no, because we'll blow our car up. And he was like, I don't care, do it now. And they were like, all right then. Half an hour later, they'd blown up. And they were like, well, thanks for that. You see what you've done now, cheers. And then Audi were just like, well, thanks, we've been given another win at Le Mans. Just by trundling, you know, not trundling, but you know what I mean. So, 12 laps once again. Got some ABS on, because cars of this era did have it. That may have been it, yeah. But it could lead. I think when Rhino GT4 did his original GT5 Let's Play of this race, he used the Orica Matmut Peugeot. So we'll see. For now, the R10 TDI, the regular one, is actually one of the lowest rated of the cars that we could run. Like I say, it's 11 pp less than the R390. So the field's narrowing here. Let's go for another run, shall we? Another 12 laps queued up. And let's do this. I'd like to mention I've been in 1080p 60 FPS and not even a single buffer. Ah, the music to my ears. It's like nectar of the gods, honestly. Given that I spent 3 hours plumbing in the Ethernet cable across my house yesterday. That's the power of wired internet. Hell yeah, it is. You know what's nicer as well? Both my parents saw the job I did with wiring in across the house to the router, and they were both like, yep, top job, great. Because that's the whole reason I didn't do it before, because I was like, well, it's not my room, so it's, you know, not really my part of the house to fuck around in. And I know they'll be like, why is there cable running halfway across the house? Anyway, where we go? So we're in the vanilla R10 TDI. And because it's new for this game, or it was new for this game, we get a premium cockpit. So you see that, the gear shift, ow! It's just standard first lap shenanigans. Hear the diesel power coming from behind. Oh, sneak up the inside. Up the inside, there you go. We're cleaving through the field early doors. But because there's a Gillett Vertigo running third, that's probably why. There's another Audi R10. That's the line. That is not track limits at all. I don't understand what you're talking about. Okay, so up to third in the early going. And to be fair, there's me saying there's a bloody Gillett Vertigo. The top speed on this thing is ridiculous. But then so's ours. Looks like we're also topping out at just around 220 miles an hour. What car is that in the lead? Oh, it's the Jag. Track limits, you mean the walls? Yeah. That's when you knew this year's Monaco Grand Prix was particularly tedious. 20 laps in, they're whinging it. There was like, there's track limit penalties coming. It's like, it's a fucking street circuit. It's only Onco barriers are the track limits, you plebs. Also interesting, fairly modern LMP1 car. Diesel engine, 5-speed gearbox, not 6. Oh, hello. Our old cousin mine. Stream froze? No. Okay, well, oh my God. Sorry. Sorry, uncle. Yeah, I was going to say on my screen, no issues here, so. With the stream, I mean, so. Okay, wow, look at them. I mean, flipping out, the older R8 has serious top speed there. Teammates behind us in this one. Wait, Olivier Panis is one of the drivers in the Napa. Stop bullshitting, by the way. Unless it's your connection, it might be. But seriously, there's no drop frame showing here. .343.9 standing lap there. Napa. Fair warning, it's yours. I'm saying over and over again, there's nothing showing here. Well, the internet, for once, it's fine here. Okay, thank you everyone else confirming, by the way. You know I'm pretty paranoid about these things now. I remember hearing somewhere that it's a 5-speed because it was originally modified design of a truck transmission. You know what? I think I've heard that too. Heavy duty as well, isn't it? Q, I think I'm paranoid by garbage. Can you blame me, really, though? Can you really blame me? Oh, hello. Our uncle's come back past. As has the drag. Oh, angle penetration. Sorry. Sorry, again. Sorry. Will you stop being so slow mid-corner, you blithering old duffer. You blithering old lad. Bob. Bop doop dap doo doo bop doo fuck off. In there. Oh, I'm in the jag. Yeah, I'm in the jag. I'm in the jag. Fuck off with your jag. Out the. Oh, look at this scrotum. Look at this absolute scrotum. Yeah, you got nothing now, have you? A corner happened and now you got nowhere. Oh my God, he's back. He's back again immediately. He was not happy about that. Jesus Christ. I'm pooing. They found it could easily handle the diesel torque for 24 hours, testing with F1 style gearbox. Kept having reliability issues. Well, there you go. The old diesel power. Yep, that Olivier Panis. What was it? France's second best racing driver ever. What is this shit box? Is that what he yelled at his 908 when he exploded? What is this shit box? he did like a Max Verstappen, kick the tyre. Whoa! Right, first fast lap. So it might be in mid 330s, maybe. Oops, oops. Well, it would have been if I hadn't cocked up that penultimate chicane. Around a 338 by the look of it. The experienced Peugeot. 340.3, okay. Why does Max kick Carl's cover? Because they keep letting him down. I don't like the lad particularly much, but even I can admit he's had some stinking luck with those cars last few seasons. The glass cannon red, oh my god, the glass cannon Red Bulls. Remember the Warburton called Greg Biffle a bug-eyed dummy? Whoa! Jesus! Sorry. Let me try that again. Then suddenly remember that Warburton called Greg Biffle a bug-eyed dummy. He did do that, didn't he? Warburton, I'm so redneck. My brother has to translate for me. Spilt water on my steering wheel. That's not recommended. Although, you know, they always say stay hydrated for humans. Don't say anything about steering wheel staying hydrated. There we go. It's fine. Good. We're okay. Ward Burton's like the stereotypical southern uncle. He really is. He really is. This is a very different race to the last one so far. Test race, I should say. In that we're at the top end of town and the field's kind of spread out a lot more. This looks like it'll be a pretty good lap. What have we got? Well, that's a pretty good lap for this car. 338.3. Interesting. Okay. I've just thought of something funny though, because I want to at least try out the R35 touring car. Rainmeister's here. Subscribe to Prime Gaming. He's up for 13 months. He's absolute mad lad. How are you doing? Lovely to see you here. That's a way to make an entrance. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. We are in the middle of the Alternative Virtual Le Mans test day. We're testing candidates for our offline Le Mans race on Gran Turismo 5. There's apparently all more recent games that said they could simulate this race, just couldn't. We're 4.669 seconds behind the lead Audi R8, that's not nice. You could get a very detuned version of this ending in an Audi SUV. Amazing. Amazing. I love shit like that. It's one of the great things about Le Mans, like the whole, like, the Ford GT40 engine was originally a truck engine sort of thing. Why would newer games want to be better than Gran Turismo 5? Whether they wanted to or tried really hard to be and still failed anyway. Let me guess, Q7 V10 TDI, that would probably be it, yeah. This was a diesel V10. Oh, you know what as well? Oops, steady, there we go. Forza 7 could work in a 2 hour, 45 minute Le Mans meme race, yeah. I'm going to leave the 2.4 to memes to you again, Jason, this year, if you want. Q7 V12. Oh, this was a diesel V12, was it? Well, Jason, to be honest, it's your thing, your first refusal. If you don't want to or aren't able to do the 2.4 to memes this year, I will more than happily do it. As like, it will become the new 2.4 to bans for me. Because I've ran it 3 times now on the same old PS1 game. There might not be much more we can do just on that old game. The Audi R10 is a diesel V12. Oh, okay. The more you know. Pretty much done with streaming. Oh, okay. I stand here, Jason. But if you don't mind, I will pick up the baton for 2.4 to memes. And that will go down in the week of the actual Le Mans. Last year we ended up doing 2, because I was like, I'm going to do it the same weekend as the virtual Le Mans, and then another one when the real Le Mans actually happened. You know what's nice about this game as well? Whoops. You know what's nice about this game as well? No stupidly obnoxious track limit penalties either. 339.1. VW Touareg. Oh, yeah, okay. Gordon Shedden's on pole for race 1 of the touring cars. Big Flashman's back, and I'm out here for it. Mainly because I just don't want another season of Ash Sutton dominance and banter. Oh, you sneezed in the direction of an opponent, 20-second penalty. Yeah. Or the great one for Project Cars 2 that I was reminded of when I did a few practice races when I briefly revisited it last week. Briefly. Braking for that first chicane on Mulsanne like I did just then. Braking in a straight line. Yeah, I went over the track limits. Got my lap disallowed. Braking in a straight line for a corner. Really well made video game that is. British Touring Car Championship, the B stands for banter. Whoops. If you need help finding meme cars, I appreciate that, Jason. Thank you. Yeah, we'll see what we do nearer the time. I'll be doing that around the time of the actual Le Mans, which I think is, what, end of August this year? The best motorsport series in is banter. Proper Alan Partridge levels, like, oh, this is great banter. Oops. Okay, I was a bit late on the brakes there. It was a little bit brake. A little bit brake on the lay. Oh my god. Car, do you want to... There you go. Okay, edit that out. Ignore that. No one saw that. August 21st, 22nd. Yeah, there you go. I was making tentative plans with a friend of mine to go to it this year, but you know, that's kind of very, very tentative to non-existent at this point. But you know, we'll see. There's time for things to change. I hope they bloody well will. Every country seems to be getting their vaccine stuff in line, so that's good. Mostly every country, yeah. There's some fresh panic this week about some sort of third wave with the Delta variant, which I think is the original Indian variant, but it's one of those weird things. That's not a good laugh at all. It's one of those weird things where I'm like, I mean, I can't stomach the thought of like a third wave of everything we've been through already. But like, the thing was like, oh, well, the vaccine is not as effective against this variant by like 5%. It's like, current figures suggest that like, my God, car, what the fuck, car? Car, what was that? Jeez, do you want to just drive? You've moved to your different rooms, so your internet should be just peachy. Okay, there you go. Oh my God. Car, what the, okay, let's focus, refocus here. Fucking computer chip in them or give them autism. Well, good news. I'm due my first vaccine tomorrow. It's been, you know, been a long time coming. I'm glad that the people that have needed it the most have got it. My extended family and that. And the vaccine doesn't actually give you 5G. Well, I mean, here's the thing, Vic. Tomorrow, I'm going to get not only a dose of 5G microchips, but double autism. I've had autism my entire life, and then tomorrow I'm going to get a vaccine which gives you more autism. So, autism squared, you motherfucker, it's over for all of you. Let alone when I get my third one, I'll have autism cubed. I'll be like flipping Thanos. I'll take over the world. Congrats, AJ, on the vaccination. Thank you. Thank you. I'm very, I'm not looking forward to that ow jabby, but, you know, a brief few minutes of ow, and that's all right. I can deal with that. Or as I like to say, autism. R.A.L., the undefeated king of puns. You could put 3 Karens in a room and they would barely have a brain cell to share between them. Or Tuzzum. Someone say my name. Tuzzum box. No, not quite, but, you know. I hate needles so much, so, you know. But, you know, I don't particularly like them either. But, you know, as long as they gave me, like, a plaster and a lollipop for being a brave boy, you know. Being a brave soldier. Did brave thing, did owie jab. For 5G microchips and double autism. You can't get your vaccine for another 6 months. What? Because you've already had... Huh? Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm no doctor, Mike, but I don't quite see the... Not... Yeah? I don't understand. I mean, what were the stats in the end? Was it really borne out that you can get repeated rounds of COVID? Like, do you build up some sort of immunity from having it once? God! Jesus. Getting COVID twice is extremely rare, yeah. Yeah. Raymeister just put it in the chat what I was thinking, like, pretty sure that even if you're clear for like 10 days after, you should be able to be vaccinated right away. I don't understand why having an illness means you can't then get a vaccine that stops you getting that illness again 6 months away. Like, no, you probably won't get COVID again, but let's give you 6 months to find out. Okay, or you could give me the vaccine now. No, because reasons. It's immunity from having it once, but it's short-lived, and that's what needs to be monitored with the right. Okay. Then get the COVID, then get the vaccine could worsen the long side of what? So wait, is this people who still have it? Like they have long COVID, not the... I'm very confused, I'll be honest with you. So I'm not sure how the stream topic ended up talking about COVID. We can move it on now if we want. The vaccines only give the same short-term protection. We need to use the booster every few months. Well, that's why we're having 2 initially, aren't we? That's the whole point. K-Mag and Roman are back. Oh, yeah? Well, they are both in the Detroit Grand Prix pits this weekend. Because Grosjean's in IndyCar and K-Mag's in... Yeah, let's talk about, I don't know, cars. Yeah, fair point. So we are 7 laps, well, halfway around lap 7 of our test stint here in the R10. And you know what? I'm beginning to wonder if for the first time today, we've encountered a car that's too slow. It's interesting, yeah, I don't know. This car might be a little bit too slow for what we need. Oriole, if you want us to respect your autism-based puns, we will. And then that's it for COVID talk. Hang on a minute. Okay, right. Well, there are some cars in the distance. But I just quickly looked at the mini-map and it looked like there was a load of dots on the map that were clogged up behind me, and I'm like, wait a minute, where's my mirrors? I can't see them from this angle. Now for something completely different. How about the mess that is Le Mans Hypercar? What now? Well, I would say last time I heard that it was going well, but that was, to be honest, most of it was DPI hyper. What do they call it in the new version? LMDH, that's the one. That was the one that sounded really cool. And I don't think it was any coincidence that most of the manufacturers were heading over there. The Portimao, the P2's been quicker than the Hyper. If I entered another dimension? No. I don't think so. LM2. Hang on, what hypercars are running at the moment? You got the Toyota one. Alpine is a grandfathered LMP1 from last year. And, what else is there? Oh my god, is the Glickenhaus out there? Oh Christ, is the Glickenhaus at Portimao? Oh no! Is that hideous Bugatti you're entering it? News to me. I thought you were joking for a second. Like, there's that hideous Bugatti. What, you mean the hideous Ferrari? Because Jim Glickenhaus is basically a fetishist for the Ferrari 330 P4, so he just started building replica cars that looked a bit like it, and then got it in his head that he was an actual race team engineer. And was like, oh yeah, we're going to go to Le Mans with a not Ferrari 330 P4. We're going to do this race and that race, and yeah, we're the working class heroes of sports cars. I don't even fucking know. I just want the car to like stop on the first corner and explode. But let the drivers get out of it first. Give the driver a chance to exit the car and then explode. Be like the Mazda Ferrari, just burns the ground. So, Vic, is this all the hypercar class are slower than the P2s, or is it just the... It'd be really funny if it was just the click. Oh dear. So fun. Oh dear. And so what is it? It's just like, I guess Portimao doesn't really have that many fast straights, does it? Like, yeah, most of it's just corners, like twisty technical. There's the main straight, I guess, where the hypercars would have more power, but otherwise, yeah, and they're heavier as well. Wasn't that always going to be an issue with hypercar, though? That they were going to be heavier and slower? Fastest LMP2, 131.9. Clicker, 133. Whoopsie. Also, Napa, I'm going to assume, did you mean to say absolutely fucked off? So far, it looks like the leader is absolutely done. Oh, God, the huge... Yeah, of course. Yeah, because wasn't that always going to be an issue anyway, that they were actually going to be much slower, so they need to rein back the LMP2s? The Glickenhaus was in the next tree zone for the next fours. Of course it fucking was. The whole thing's a bloody PR exercise anyway. And Glick are only about a second off, although they don't have BOP piano strapped to them. Yeah, well, of course, he was just going to whinge the whole time about BOP and hope that they'd be like, no, we're going to be kind to you and give you nothing for your car with its aerodynamic properties of, I really like Ferrari 330 P4s. I'm basically tailpipe man, except I want to shove my penis in the tailpipe of the Ferrari 330 P4. That's why every single car my company has ever built. Well, no, every car that my company has said that they've built and then outsourced to someone else when we bitch about all the other manufacturers doing exactly that. All the cars that we've outsourced to be built by other people have looked like Ferrari 330 P4s. Alpine the fastest hypercar. Well, that would probably be because they're still, aren't they, the lighter old school LMP1s, but supposed to be, what is this car, man? Honestly, this car is handling like worse than the Nissan from half stint on, and it wasn't as fast anyway, so don't think I'm a fan of the regular R10 anyway. The old Rebellion cars, yeah, that's it. And then aren't they building their own for next year? Jesus Christ. Holy shit. This car is not handling well. Seems like I have a time machine. Do I? Top 3 on the grid in Detroit. Pato, Rossi, and Rum. Yes! My boy on the pole in Detroit. Hell yeah, Postman Pato is the new nickname that my friend's wife gave him when we were watching the Indy 500. And I will not be accepting any questions because I like that nickname a lot. Oh, the more it handles like a 1930s Audi Grand Prix car. Yeah, you've noticed that. But yes, when does the first race start, Vic? When was the IMSA race then? When is the IMSA race, I should say? Duck the postman. Yeah, Pato's one of my boys in IndyCar. It's him, Taku Sato, who's king boy of my entire stable in motorsport from his days back in F1. And IndyCar starts at 7, IMSA at 11, at 10. Okay, I can get behind that. And that both today, right? Yeah, I can get behind that. Now, also, what time is it now? Is we coming up on 5 o'clock? Are we nearly there? Because the next Euros game will be starting soon. Pato, oh Lord! I like that a lot as well. Big fan of that. Okay, yeah, 5 minutes to 5. And who's playing in the next Euros game? I don't remember who it is. But yeah, whoever it is, keep me updated. I haven't actually watched any of the flipping games live yet. What is this nonsense? Well, I was out last night for drinks with a friend of mine. And when I say that, I mean she paid for both rounds of drinks that we had. We weren't going to get that lagged, mainly because A, don't have the funds to do so, and B, she's kind of driving at Brands Hatch today. Races for the 750 Motor Club, it's very cool. Denmark versus Finland is the 5 o'clock game. Oh, the Scandinavian derby. The Winterland derby. The Snow Joke derby. I'm sorry, I'm going to stop now. This BMW is just like, hey, I'm going to have to sacrifice myself to stop this guy's stupid jokes. Right, we're on lap 9 of our stint. We've lost so much time, though. So the Audi LMP1 that's out in front. The Audi R8 that's out in front. The Scand... I love that that was so bad that even Oriole, before I could even respond, Oriole was like, no, actually, that was shit. I'm taking that back. Nobody bats 1,000. Oh, steady. Are Finland as good at other sports as they are at rallying? Good question. They're not bad at football, to be honest. Although the only person I know in their squad this time around is permanently amazing old man Teemu Pukki, who I swear has been around in the Premier League in some capacity for like decades. And is still awesome. Like, he came back up as Norwich's main striker a couple of seasons ago in the Premier League, and he was like late 30s, and they're like, he's some ill lad. And then he just went on a Mazza. Like, he was scoring every single game for them. I'm like, how? Right, so sit rep. The rears are about as gone as they were on the Nissan. Well, no, a little bit better technically. But the car's handling worse. Probably because no traction control. It is also lighter, so probably a more skittish rear end as well. Fuel-wise, doing a bit better. And he's coming back. Ripe old age of 31. Is he only 30? Why did I think he was way older than that? What do you mean 41? What? I swore he was way older than that. Because I thought that was the whole joke. One of their players from my local club, but the one that just got promoted at the start of the season, ended 5th. Oh, okay. Oh, fuck me. I've got this meme completely wrong then. God damn it. Well, never mind. Teemu Pukki is their man. He's like their main... He's like sort of boy-level striker. He's like everyone's boy. God's sake, yeah. Oh my, you. Wow. Thanks for that. So I don't know how mad I can really be about it, given it was kind of my fault. I put down my bottle and of course it fell over, and I'm like, no, hang on, save it, and then drove off the road. And then the very moment I rejoined the LMR was just like, fuck you, I'm sending you to another stratosphere, another plane of existence. Finland's making their European debut. Oh, wow, okay. Mike, can we get some tissues in chat from Mike there? I'm actually low-key impressed with that. I don't want to be. I hate that I am. I hate myself. God damn it. Even Oriole's like, Jesus, no. I'm not having... Punmaster Orioles, this car's horrible. This car is horrible on worn tyres, man. This car is absolutely horrendous. Yellow card. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm calling it a 10 lap stint. Pun was horrible. I'm surprised I didn't think of it first, and I'm so pissed I didn't think of it. Yeah, exactly. I figured that's why you were annoyed. And here we play. So, less fuel going in, but a lot slower across the board, I think. Yeah, I think the R10 has been DQ'd. Audi R10 TDI. Now, the stealth version could be a contender, but it may still suffer with those tyre wear issues. So, just pause it there. Average lap, 3:42, really? Okay, so there's our second contender done with. Having a bit more power, but the same weight probably would just make the tyre issues a bit worse. Yeah, fair point. It's an interesting one. I still feel like the Peugeot would end up being OP. There's a couple more to... Oh. Ow. Starting back, it's Daniel O'Shaughnessy. Very Finnish name. Ah, yes, beautiful Finnish name there. Finland, that distant outpost of Finland known as Donegal. Also, this is nice stamina training for the fact that I'm supposedly going to try and solo this vow. My shoulders are tensing up just thinking about that. What I may do is just suspend the race at like halfway and then stop the stream for a few hours to have a nap and then come back like later on in the night or the morning, you know? Yeah, so... Ah, okay. That's a point. The R10 TDI Stealth is 50 kilos lighter. So it might not work the tyres quite as hard. Intéressant. Interesting. Okay. So, now, what have we got? I mean, we're going to DQ the Audi R10. Excuse me. We're just not having it. Fortunately, we're also going to DQ these two for good, because I just think they're going to be too slow, unfortunately. Worth a try, but yeah. Is the late 90s Ferrari LMP in this game? I'm guessing not. No, unfortunately. That's a shame. The 333 SP? That'd be awesome. So, yo, Jason, you fancy firing up the RNG again? You feeling that? We're now down to 6 contenders. Technically 5, because we've already tested the Nissan. So, 5 contenders. And I want to get a test run in that Nissan GTR R35. I feel like that could be a wild card. The Ferrari Forest. Oh. 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the Matmut Peugeot. All right. So that'll end it today. We're going to try a test run in the Morica Matmut Peugeot. And then, hopefully, a run in the Nissan R35 touring car. So... Settings, do we have medium tyres for it? We do not. Okay. Here we go then. 3 hours streamed. No drop frames whatsoever. Today in things you love to see. That. Today, in things you love to see. Right. EuroCAD mode. Okay. Proof that sometimes old is indeed gold. Indeed. Who needs wireless everything? Yeah. Reject modernity, return to tradition. That is my mantra at this point. So the Orica Matmut, Peugeot, 12 laps, manual, medium, oops, no, not intermediate. Traction control, new. ABS, we'll crank that to 3. Active steering, new. Yes. Real, no. There we go. Why send your data through wobbly air when you can send it through metal or beams of light? That too. That too. Both of those things are very acceptable. There's another Scudo starting on the pole for this race. I love it. Okay. So, here we go. An ultimate test run. So how many cars have we gone through today? We went through 2 Group C cars. Didn't do the full test on either of them. We ran them for 3 laps and we were like, this is OP as fuck and also suicidal. And then we ran the Nissan. The Nissan's a decent baseline, decent contender. And then we just ran the R10. So now we're going to try and run the Peugeot. The Peugeot. And we'll see how we go. Another premium car as well, so you get proper detailed interior, which is lovely. And unlike the R10, it's not got a lorry transmission in it, so it's got 6 gears. Excuse me, lads, what are you all doing? What are you? Oh my god, what is? It sounds like the engine sound from Mario Kart 64. Is that a selling point for this car? Top speed around... Whoa, in the draft. Whoa! In the draft, it can max out to 231. Woohoo! Okay. Spicy. I like it. Now, I am quite a big fan of this Peugeot 908. I do like it a lot. Now, of course, if we pick it for the race, we feel like it's a little overpowered. I mean, we've yet to see it. Excuse me. Jesus Christ! I'm holding up the entire field and their nans. Ow! I'm actually dead. My life has just been ended. We've had a serious accident on the first lap. We've had a serious accident. The flipping Pescarolo just drove us straight into a tree. Right, where the fuck's that Pescarolo? We're gonna have another French Civil War up in here. The French Revolution's coming. Pescarolo versus Peugeot this time. No, that's another Peugeot. Wrong kind of Civil War. Now, obviously, as well, what we could do is we're running on mediums like the AI. If we feel like we can do it pace-wise, we can take a little bit of a hit, run on hard tyres, and double... Although, no, yeah. If we're changing it at the same time as we're fueling up, we may as well just change tyres every time. But we'll see. That's another option as well. Oh, there you are. There you are. You absolute scrotum. That's not it. You, oi, come back here. You, go down. Piece of shit. Taking everything I've worked for, motherfucker. Gonna fight your fucking ass. You will do the fucking nothing. It's the worst French accent anyone's ever attempted in their lives. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I've just started a new French Revolution with how offensively bad. I've just started a new flipping Napoleonic War and how bad that accent was. Also, he's blocking. He's blocking. You can go in the grass, mate. Haha, fuck you. Speaking of Rosbifs, speaking of the Rosbifs, I've just sent it on the Jag, so. I saw one dropped frame, but just one. 0 have registered here. Oh, up the inside of the hour 8. Yes. We're up to 6th place in this race. And I think somewhere up ahead, the Escudo is still ahead of us. There it is. You can't really miss it. Massive red lump. I blame Twitch, fuckers. I think Twitch is just fucking with you all. Oops! Why do I... Actually, just the PS3 dealing with the cow. You might have been right, actually. There was a lot going on just now. Oh, that's a Sauber C9. More like Sauber C4, am I right? Bonk. Oh my god, it's the Escudo. Oh god, it's the Escudo. It looks like a flipping Tonka toy. Oh, oops. Bonk. Sorry, Sauber. I mean, not sorry. Really not sorry. Be out of here. Be out here. Oh god, the speed. Now we're dealing with the speed merchants now. Jeez. Okay, yeah, fair enough. A bonk happened there. Also, this is fairly realistic to the real Le Mans because I've now got sun glare on my monitor. There's a big, like, light reflection right down the middle of the screen. Right in the middle of my view. Sauber C9. God. Oh, the Escudo, no. The Escudo, no. The Escudo, no. Slipstream. And we'll back up the inside of the Sauber. The Scalber. Also, 3rd place, can we just point out on the leaderboard, by the way, 3rd place is like, we've got Colin McRae at home. Colin McRae at home. Ian McRae. That's like the flipping... Was that company that did the dodgy 5-star? I mean, everything about 5-star wrestling was shit anyway. But a company did like a shit game of it. But it was before the actual promotion was a thing, so it was just a game. But it had like an entire roster of knockoff WWE characters. So it was like Burt Dangle and like, I don't know, Bork Laser and like slightly cold Stephen Thompson. Flipping Wonderboy Thompson's in there. Oh my god, this is gonna be a fast lap. Wow, Peugeot! You woke up and chose violence, didn't you? We got some serious slipstream though. The Scudo isn't wheeling down the Mulsanne straight at 800 miles an hour. No, it isn't. It's not in Gran Turismo 3. Harvey D. Harvey D, exactly, yeah. The whole hecking show, Harvey D. guess what? When the moment I chose to zone out there, you know, if I've got a bit of advice for you, if I've got a bit of advice for you all, then it's this. Don't zone out when you're in the braking zone for a Mulsanne chicane at 220 miles an hour. The only good thing about that, though, is it's put us right behind the Pescarolo again. And wouldn't it be funny if we just didn't brake? Wouldn't it be funny if we just did... There you go. Oh, no. Come on, there we go. No. I'm crashing someone else. Okay. Brake zone now. Very good, Oriole. Prove of that. Right, we came back on and bonked a Toyota. Curtis Angel. Yeah, there you go. There's another one from that shit 5-star wrestling parody game. Whatever it was. Black flag car 69. What for the ref? What for? I have no idea what you're talking about, ref. Referee. This is bullshit. I demand a VAR review. Dwayne the Jock Thompson. Andy Organ. Parody of Randy Orton. Yeah, there's some amazing ones in there. Isn't there one that's like double X? And that's the parody of quadruple X instead of Triple H. Or maybe he's Bunter Burst Blemsley or something. Hemsley. Yeah, not a great lap time that time. I will accept that. And his name is Dean Tuna. And his name is Dean Tuna. Are you sure about that? Yes. John Cena. Are you sure about that? Dean Tuna. Are you quite certain about that? Are you quite certain about your decision there? I assume nothing's happened in the football so far, by the way, because no one's mentioned anything in the chat. Excuse me. Oh my god, I just realised who the next car up ahead is again. We're coming up behind the Escudo again. Still no, yeah. To be honest, I'm not watching. I respect the honesty there, Vic. I appreciate that. When I was a kid, me and some friends would combine broken action figures, and we had half Undertaker, half G.I. Joe, and we called him the Gundertaker. That's actually amazing, though. To me, that sounds more like a mix of the Undertaker and like a Gundam Wing mech suit. The Gundertaker. Just like a mech suit with like his hat on and like cape. Not even sure how that would work, but someone's probably drawn it on DeviantArt. Oh my god. To be honest, if there is one anime series I could probably get into and really want to watch again, it's Gundam Wing. I have no idea where to start, where to watch it or anything, but there's your, if you're a weeb and you hope to try and make me a weeb as well, there's your hook. And, you know, the initial D series as well. Oh, hello. I think we have a new friend in chat. Hang on. Yeah, hang on. I'm going to send past this car, then do these corners without crashing, and then I'll read you. There we go. The Oracle of Delphi 10510. There you go. Yes, welcome. Hello. Hello, friendo. Thank you for the follow as well. How are you doing? Formula GPX Cyber something. Oh, okay. We're talking like Space Age Formula 1? Delphi, you arrived, by the way, midway through a conversation about how if there was any chance of converting me into a weeb, there's a very narrow window, but yes. Mainly Gundam Wing and like any racing animes. So, Formula GPX Cyber. Good start, we're feeling that. As for me, I'm doing very well. We've been streaming for 3 hours, 20 minutes, and not a single drop frame. And both my mum and my very DIY-centric dad have complimented the job that I did in plumbing the Ethernet cable in across the house, so that went really well, and it solved my internet, and everything's running lovely. So I'm feeling good about things. I did get a text this morning from my phone company being like, you do owe us nearly 40 quid for your last phone bill. And I'm like, you know, I think I've got £4, and that's it. You know, will that do for the moment? I'm literally like that flipping meme from SpongeBob, where it's just like, I have $3. But, you know, we move, we're out here. I think right now, money is a stressful and very anxious concern, very anxiety-triggering concern, but I feel good about the groundwork that has been laid and the things to come. I just need to survive the short term and get cracking on things again. Now that I know I can stream properly, I'm going to have more confidence to stream more regularly every week. So that's really exciting. And I've got video projects ready to go to relaunch my Another Station on the Mile YouTube channel. Really excited about that. Was supposed to be coming out this past week, but then stress happened. At least you don't yell on everything. What's that? Well, I yell in general. I have one volume. It's 11. It's It's like a joke Henry Rollins once told about his singing. He's like, I don't have any range. I don't have any range to my singing. I'm like, or ooh, like that. The car responded to me yelling. He's like, what? The car was like, what? There's a wall there, but we didn't hit it. Which I say is a net benefit. It has an indoor voice. It's just an indoor Motorhead concert voice. I'm going to put that in my Twitter bio. I'm going to tweet that after the stream and just be like, this is the best description anyone has ever made of my voice here. Money's stressful as heck, but you totally got this. Thank you. Thank you, friendo. All very lovely and very kind to me. I appreciate that so much. Another nice thing about fixing the Ethernet and everything is the phone that I was using to connect my computer to the internet by tethering the Wi-Fi. I can now sell that for about 40, 50 quid. That'll be something. That's basically what I'm doing to kind of keep afloat at the moment. I've got old crap. Oh, Super Mike's got another anime on deck. He's heard me say there is a window of opportunity to make me into a weeb, and he's gone like, is that a challenge? Because challenge fucking accepted, and I'm like, no, I meant there's a spot. Oh, okay. Gunsmith cats. There's crime-fighting car chases and muscle cars with cats. Is that a thing? Ow! Right, blame Mike. He distracted me with what sounds like a cop show anime with cats. Stickers here like if Gap weeb. Is that the Hatsune Miku Super GT team's attitude to racing? Most teams like if Gap car, Hatsune Miku, if Gap weeb. Mike. I don't know, it's not even Mike's fault. I love it. No cats involved. It's just that. Oh, okay, right. I just had it in my head that there was like cats driving muscle cars and stuff. Yeah, we got to bring down this dog, Rob. This mischievous dog on 45th Street. He's running a drug ring out of his neighbour's kennel. Out of his mate's kennel. We've got to bring him down, lads. It's like a cat power sliding around a Ford Mustang. Now there's a sequel. Do you remember that film, The Secret Life of The Secret Life of Pets? There's a sequel to that. Book it. Pixar, was it Pixar that made it? It was an animated film, so I assume most of them are Pixar. Or it's like DreamWorks maybe, are they a separate thing? I wouldn't put anime about cats driving muscle cars. We're going to bring this car home. His name is John Cena. Are you sure about that? Or was it Dean Tuna? Delphi has wandered in here and they're just like, what is going on? Welcome to one of my streams. I mean, part of me, when I say I love sim racing, which is kind of what I'm doing now, well, it is what I'm doing right now. I'm like, I don't want it to be all stuffy and boring, and people who aren't even into racing are just like, what is the? I mean, it's just the most boring thing. I'm gonna go off and knit some stuff now. Do some knitting now. I want to be basically the kind of everyman, every pleb. The everyman pleb. Right, meantime, out of the way. You absolute dingus. This is just normal adult men, women, envy folks doing regular adult men, women, envy folk things. Yes. Yes. Whoa. Okay, we're up to 5th and the two cars in front of Audi R8s. I've also noticed our lap times are pretty quick for what we're aiming for. Which is unfortunate because I really like this car. I could just BOP by running on hard tyres. Could do that. Timu Pookie is to know! Timu Pookie! When will he come back from the war? I think I've watched 3 animes total so far, not been turned into a weeb, but honestly it would not be hard and that scares me. The bigger challenge for me is I know it wouldn't be difficult per se, I just, because, you know, undiagnosed ADHD, I don't have any attention span for TV shows. False Alarm is back on the field, yay! He'll score a Mazda now, he'll score a worldie now. Yeah, these lap times are a little bit faster than what I was liking, what I'd like. But in terms of having, like, room to make mistakes during the race... Oops! Oh, hello. We're being repassed down the straight. Would you stop that? Would you stop that? Stop that. John Cena. I already don't have enough brain space for the things I want to do. If I add another thing to that list, it might spontaneously combust. Mood. Biggest flipping mood right there. I mean, you wanted to call me out right there. They'd be like, you need to watch this film, you need to do this. Yeah, I would. I want to. I'm not saying I don't want to. I'm just saying my brain is more preoccupied on, you know, living and food and shiny things and, you know, rereading the same stuff over and over again, because I really like that. And yeah, I'll get round to it in the year 2076. So I generally just don't bother with films. I'm like, it's not that I don't like films. I have favourite films. I love watching films. I just don't, they're not my choice of medium to go for. Like, I read a book or play video games. I want to, but my work in progress is staring me down. I think it's about to get violent. Your work in progress folder woke up and chose violence. Yeah, let's not mention the novel that I've had in the works since I was at university, which was 7 years ago now. But I have come back to it recently, and it's coming together nicely. If you want a little teaser as to what it is, I mean, you know, not exactly a spoiler for something that may never be finished or released in any way, but it's just something I like doing for fun. It's basically a story I started working on in university, inspired by me and my flatmates at the time, who had a joke about, like, we're all broke and, like, my student loan hadn't come in on time, so I was broke as fuck. That's a mood. Oh, by the way, bye. Just yeeted the audio right there casually. There you go. It's currently in a notebook that weighs about 10 pounds. If I wanted to kill me, it absolutely could. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God, I've neglected my bullet journal lately. I don't think it's 10 pounds in weight, but I mean, it could still get violent if it wanted to. Sorry, I'll do the spreads for June tonight. Weep is about to breach the paper and go, if Gap died. Current mood for a lot of us, yeah. But yeah, anyway, the work in progress novel, it was actually based on a screenplay project I did for a university, part of my university degree. And it was 10 episodes of a series. So I had it down as like a TV show. And it's written very cinematically, basically written as a film, but I could never make it as an actual film, so I'm writing it as a novel instead, but very cinematic feel to it. Because my favourite novel of all time, fun fact, is a book called Vernon Godlill by D.B.C. Pierre. Incredible read. No one seems to have heard of it, which makes me sad. I love that book so much. I love that story so much. And the whole thing is written in like various parodies of like, it kind of feels like a TV show trope, you know, the way it's written. It's autobiographical and it's written in the main character's accent, which is very southern. And then like there's parts of it that's like a massive send-up on American reality TV and shit like that. It's a head fuck of a book, but it's great fun. I love it. So I'm writing my book in a kind of similar way, that it's very much like a film that you're reading, you know? If that's even a thing, if that's even possible. But the general premise of it is, you know how Edgar Wright likes to mash two film genres together in his films? So, Shaun of the Dead, bromance, like rom-com kind of film, meets zombie apocalypse. Like you're reading a film script, kind of. Yes, kind of. You get where I'm going with there. But yeah, you know how Shaun of the Dead was like bromance, rom-com meets zombie apocalypse. Hot Fuzz was like Heartbeat meets like a Michael Bay action movie. Like it was like Midsummer Murders meets like Bad Boys 2. You didn't see Bad Boys 2 and all that, you know? In my case, it's a coming-of-age student drama meets a Guy Ritchie gangster movie. Basically, you got these 4 students who are all broke as fuck because they're students, and they're like, right, we can barely afford to go to freshers or anything. How do we make money to pay our way through the year? How about we're all quite good at gambling and like card games and bluffing and stuff? Let's do that. And then, you know, being a gangster film and being, you know, all the drama of a university, being at university happens, and all the drama of a gangster film happens. There's by the end of it's very Hot Fuzz style in that the multitude of the action really kicks off around the second half. Like a criticism of Hot Fuzz, and I've never really felt this way because it's just such a funny film all around, is that the actual action really kind of blows up only in the final third of the film. You have to wait a while for it to get there. It all really builds up, and then it's like the final 45 minutes are like, okay, now Michael Bay has taken the... I think Edgar Wright himself said, like, his attitude of that film was, like, that final section, it's like, tonight, Matthew, I had my stars in their eyes moment where I was like, tonight, Matthew, I want to be Michael Bay or Jerry Bruckheimer, you know? But it's kind of a similar deal here, because it's kind of a slow burn. It focuses more on the student drama thing, and then, of course, things escalate in the gangster side of things, and then by the end, you're having, like, shootouts in the SU bar and murder and betrayal and all sorts of carnage. It's great. It's lovely. Whoa, steady. At some point, Delphi, remind me. I'm more than happy to share with you some parts of what I've got so far. Is there a moment when someone says he dies? No, not quite. There is no Netherface geezer who's kidnapped anyone's kid. Mine is a memoir written in epistolary style to my parents, so like it is out to do injury. Oh, spicy, spiky. Other words. Tonight in AJ Book Club. Tonight in AJ Can Read. Yeah, it says a lot that we've still been cutting 333, 334 laps. AJ can write. Well, it's my day job. Hey, do you need some stuff written? Please pay me, I will do it. So, God, this car is just an absolute breeze to drive. I love it, Michael. Ravaging around 333, 334, and I'm literally nattering on about books and stuff. I just fear it might be a little too OP for what we need, but I hope not. Oh, the song film Corvette Summer. Super Mike says he has the most ludicrous Corvette ever. The rare Chevrolet Corvette Summer Edition. I think we can easily make 11 laps in this car, by the way. Even on medium tyres, the handling's still fine. Fuel's more than good. My day job has somehow turned into listening to my boss talk about the affairs she's having. Not sure how that happened, not a fan. So you're being paid to basically be our agony aunt? I'm cheating on my husband. Are you paying me to have sympathy for you? Yes. Okay then. Oh no, that's terrible. Oh no, that's really terrible. Can I go home now? I'm her emotional support paralegal. Whoa! Shit. Bloody you! How slow? You dithering old wingnut. And even with that, we still put in a 334. That's amazing. This blithering Chad Nissan up here being absolutely pounded by a thick diesel Peugeot. A thick diesel boy. A thick French diesel punk boy. We are literally Team Diesel Punk right now. I don't make the rules around here. Nissan R3990. Old Japanese beauty gets rear-ended by dirty French. Oh God! He's my twin. He's my twin flame. I thought you said twin flannel for a second. Is he though? Which makes me long for a comb. The absolute sass. I love it. But he's my twin flannel. That's not what you said, I know, I just misread it. But here's my twin flannel. Greatest description of an affair I've ever heard. Why are you cheating on your husband with this man? Because he's my twin flannel. What? Ma'am, are you certain? Oh God, whoops. Reverse Pearl Harbor except USA is replaced with France, God. Oh no, the gap to the lead is 4.699. Oh dear. Right, anyway. Gone wrong and gone sexual. Twin flannel is the lesbian version of twin flame. Much easier. You just cart out all the flannels and count up the identical ones. Excuse me. 5.396. Not quite nice that time. Oh, God. Oh, my word. So, I think this is a contender if we run hard tyres on it. Not even to double stick, just to BOP us back a bit, but I just like how comfortable this car feels. It's comfortably fast. It feels like even if I make a mistake, we'd still be in there without being too OP, do you know what I mean? Because, you know, I'm feeling like if we're trying to solo this shit, mistakes will happen. Mistakes will be made. The first one being me deciding to do that in the first place. Do a few laps on hard to test the grip difference. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I will test a run on hard tyres just to see what the grip difference is. It should be... Ow! Right, okay. That's not... yeah. Okay. Yeah, about all of that. We're still not pitting this lap. I feel that was more my bad. Shit happens, you know? It's all God, or is this the exact moment the tyres now have gone off? This is another thing hard tyres will help. They won't burn out basically to nothing by the end of a stint. Woohoo! At this moment in time, the tyres have found the cliff and decided to yeet. Yeah, one lap before I wanted to pit, but we are still going to make 11 laps on the stint, the first time in these tests. We could have done in the Audi R10, but the rear tyres were literally just flannels. They were twin flannels. Tyres went if turn spin. Oh. If weeb spin. Oh, God. Oh, my word. I tell you what, though, I think this entire stream has justified. Your tyres haven't fallen off a cliff. They've tumbled down like an old man who tripped up on the escalator. That's like the flipping Family Guy thing where the guy, someone falls over and it's like hand over their back sort of thing. Yeah, but what? Am I leading? Did I just miss something completely there? Did I just absolutely miss something there? How are we... Wow, my brain's zoning out. You just bantered your way to first. I really did. How's that even happened? I was facing the wrong way at karting literally a lap ago. How in the cheeseburgers am I leading now? Still one of my favorite Family Guy moments. You know, he tries to be so extra careful to go down the stairs and he ends up breaking every bone in his body. Yeah, you know, I was like, how are we leading? We're not anymore. Oh, it's side by side. Audi versus Peugeot at Le Mans. This is true late 2000s warfare. Finished to Le Mans 2011, colorized. We're both going to be pitting, aren't we? So, right, let's try and not do... Oh, that's Ow. Smacked the wall, but no death. Some bruising, but no death. It took on the auto controller and still was like, oh, stop it. Okay. No. Said to put no fuel in, bollocks. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Oh my god. Oops. Oh my word. Doesn't have half its connecting rod scattered down the straight. You're not wrong. Right, so the Peugeot will go into the books. That's probably my favourite contender so far, but you know, 908. I'm not saying that because it's called the HDI FAP. Yes, I'm not joking you. Ericsson has passed out on the field. Oh, goodness. Is it particularly hot there in the game? 331.2. Average lap. Yeah, do keep me posted on that. That sounds a bit scary. Okay, meantime, we are going to run one final test run with one car specifically. With one car and one car only. Ow. I'm streaming for a while today. And still, absolutely zero dropped frames. Absolutely none. Things feel good in that aspect. Oh, okay. So, what we're now going to do is we're going to go over here. This is basically, we've tested a lot of the conventional options, and I have a good feeling of what I want to do, and maybe what I'm going to pick for my regular choice. Here's a little wildcard option I'm feeling like throwing in there. We'll see. This could either be disaster, it will be disastrous, but let's at least find out. Let's go on this journey together as we give one little test run to the Nissan GTR R35 touring car. 700 horsepower, four-wheel drive, but it is 1,215 kilograms, so I am worried about those medium tyres over a stint. Apparently Ericsson had a... oh my goodness. Is he okay? My word. Just got back from getting a takeaway. What did you get? What was your takeaway of choice? Yeah, Ericsson passed out in the field. Apparently a stroke. Pretty scary. Is he okay? What condition is he in at the moment? Fish and chips. Nice call. Nice call. Okay. One more run out here today. It's for the Nissan GTR R35 touring car. Our wild card choice for this race. Or outright heart attack. Jeez. Oh my god. This reminded me of was it Fabrice Muamba, who had a heart attack on a pitch. So I remember I was out with some friends. I was in a pub when it all went down. Holy shit. Wait, what sport are we talking about here? I am the lost. We're talking about football. Oh, God. I've just got the BBC sport feed up. We don't want to know what's happened, really. He was being resuscitated a few minutes ago. The TV cameras aren't showing that bit of the pitch. That's bad. That's real bad. I don't think anyone's going to be in any mood to keep playing the game. We don't know what's happening yet, so... holy shit. Yeah, apparently he just collapsed as a throw-in when taken towards him. Looks like it's probably some kind of heart attack by the look of it. That's wild. Yeah, we're just coming up on half-time. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, we hear some more positive news coming soon. If any of you are able to keep updates in the chat, please do. Otherwise, I'll check my phone at various intervals. Just refreshing the page. Yeah, nothing at the moment. Okay, right. Meantime, we are underway in our wildcard choice for the offline virtual Le Mans. Wildcard, because it's very much not a Le Mans prototype. Yeah, I mean, it's a touring car. Let's be honest with ourselves here. It's a friggin' life support machine. Holy shit, that's scary. Also, look at how enormous this thing is compared to the cars around it. Look at this thing. This absolute unit. This is the thick boy of its day. Before the thick mate happened IRL, this happened. Whoa! I think a problem we're definitely going to have. I don't think this is geared for particularly high top speed. I really need to stop doing that. Sumo wrestler goes on vacation to France. Yeah, we're not even getting to 200. Well, no, okay. In the draft, we're getting over 200. It's topping out at 204. Oh, that's a Mazda Furai in front of us. Oh, we're nearly going 3 wide through there. We have to make the advantage pay in the corners. We have to make our advantage pay in the corners. That's the only real strength of this car. Oh my word! Jesus! Yes! Look at how much better... Oh, look at the braking though! And that full drive acceleration out of the corners. Oh yeah! Okay. Being freight trained. Oh my god. Oh Jesus. They've brought Christian Eriksen's wife down to the pitch, and she's being consoled by the Denmark captain Simon Kjær and goalkeeper Kasper Schmeichel. Yeah, I mean, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? Like, the TV cameras are showing, you know, it's probably the international feed for the tournament, you know? Wow. Fucking hell, that's brutal. Oh, God. Oh, in the meantime, back here in our little virtual world of mucking around in pretend cars. Yeah, any pace we get out of this car will purely be in the corners. It will not be on the straights at all. Match postponed. Yeah. My goodness, the standing lap from the start is not going to be that much slower than the Audi R10. 3:48.1. Speaking of the Audi R10, we've just yeeted him. We have just yeeted an Audi R10 in our Japanese tank. in our thick Japanese boy. I mean, this is true glorious Nippon steel right here. And there's a lot of it. There's a lot of that Nippon steel here. I am almost tempted to see if there's a way we can tune Finland's first Euro game and this happens. Yeah. Gee. I don't want to know how the players are feeling right now. Yeah, no, same thing, same Mike. It's just, you know, we're humans at the end of the day. This is, like I say, this reminds me way too much. It's probably, at the moment, it's looking worse now than there was a player, Premier League player called Fabrice Muamba, who had a heart attack on a pitch, like 15 minutes into a game. Now, luckily, he was revived eventually and recovered. We don't know about Christian Eriksen at the moment. We hope the same thing can happen here. Meantime, the Audi R10's like, I've got top speed on you, mate. And then, just, oh my God, you've just been duppied both. You've been counter-duppied. Yeah, bringing the wipe, yeah. Jeez. Down to pitch side if he's still on the pitch. Well, that's the wild thing as well. Like, oh my God. Oh no. Oh no. What? Look at this. I mean, look at this. You know, like, I was getting punted. I was getting Pontorino'd there. I love the fact as well, our car is so thick. They can't get by. No wonder they were trying to spin me round. It was like, we can't get this. We have to ram this thing out the way. This is a compelling potential wildcard choice. I'll be really honest with you. We've got to see how the tyres wear and everything first, and we could tune it up so it's a little bit more competitive. It's a contender. It's a wildcard choice, and it's close enough, and I kind of respect that, you know. We're getting rinsed on every straight. This ain't gonna be far off a 340, you know. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's going to be close. 342.6. Oh my word. This thick boy. This absolute thick boy. Also, because it's four-wheel drive, the wear of the tyres should be a lot more even as well. Who knew a sumo wrestler could sprint? Yeah, about that. I genuinely think with a bit of tuning, a little bit more horsepower, not much. Weight reduction be available for this? You wouldn't need much, I don't think. It's not far off being competitive in its current form. I just think it's just lacking a little bit of top-end speed. I'm also worried about that weight causing wear issues for the tyres. For running on mediums at the moment to maximise the grip. Ow! I've been punted again! You absolute plebs, all of you. Also another test with gearing bumped up and possible weight reduction, yeah. Yo, fuck off. No, I'm not letting you through this time. Piss off. Piss off. Sod off. I hate you. No, fuck you. Okay, that was a line for that corner, I will admit. There he is again. He looms. He waits what he does. Oh, God. The traction with four-wheel drive out of the corners is astonishing. Oh, that's not what I needed. Putting a left rear tyre in the grass just before turning into the Porsche curves. That is not a pro gamer move, can confirm. The irony is, we're running around the same lap times I was getting in the Audi. We're really not that far off the Audi R10's pace. We've just got to see whether the tyres and the fuel can last a stint. If it is, we might be in business here. If I fancy just going completely off the wall. Maybe using a defibrillator on the field for, yeah. Yeah, that's just reminded on the BBC Sport page, when Fabrice Muamba, he suffered a cardiac arrest on the pitch and was effectively dead for 78 minutes till he was revived. We hope for the best for Ericsson, obviously, in this case, assuming that is similar to what happened with Fabrice. Also, meantime, holy crap! What's that for the? Yeah, no lie. You can't pass me clean, can you, lad? So Ericsson still has a chance. Yeah, he does. Let's keep all our fingers crossed for him. Thank you, by the way, Delphi. Appreciate that. Oops. I'm still trying to prat around and stream as normal over here, but it doesn't feel quite appropriate when we know what's going on. But we press on. Hopefully Ericsson can recover too. I'm yeeting those final chicanes. It's not even funny. It's really not funny. Another 343 though. That's faster than a lot of the cars we'd be facing in this race, in the main race. Five laps into the stint. Wears very even on the tyres. Like I say, if we could just bump the power up a tiny bit on this car. Well, the gear ratio is more like. Tough there in case people are dead for almost 2.5 hours being revived and recovering. Yeah, there's some crazy stuff that goes on. Also, anyone want an ice cream? Or weight reduction? Yeah, the person went on reverse Pearl Harbor and the GTR's coming for revenge. Really is. Once again, look to the chat zone now at the wrong moment. Ice cream. I blame the ice cream van. That was all his fault. I like the fact we're rinsing the Pescarola in the final sector, and then for the entire rest of the lap, he's just on our trumpet. Yeah, go on. Have some slipstream off you. Napa, look it up if you can on the news. Suspected heart attack in the Euro 2020 game from a player on the pitch. We don't really know what else is happening right now. If the player's okay, we hope he is. We hope he will recover. He'll pull through. Confirmed info from Denmark TV. Ericsson alive, had a heart attack, but all the life functions are back. I don't normally trust unconfirmed reports from Dave.tv on Twitter, but I trust those sources pretty good, and let's hope that rumour's accurate. Meantime, I'll just let the Pescarola fuck off. You're just like, you do your thing. If this thing can make it to 10 or 11 laps on a stint on medium tyres, it's got a chance. We just need to then find a way to shave a good couple of seconds at the very least off the lap times. It will mostly be on the straights because the corners it's handling really well anyway. So if we can bump the power up so it cuts a few seconds off the lap time, Remember what I said about 3-minute 40s? It's running 3:42s to 43s as it stands. All of the anti-football people have risen up again. Ignore them. Ignore them. Now's not the fucking time for people to go off on their own agenda. A human being's life is in the balance, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. Social media should never have been invented. I don't care if you don't like football. I don't care if you don't like sport. Now's not the time, you know? .344 that lap. Lap 6 and the tyres I'm not wearing. They're running real nice. Actual football, I don't what? Yeah. I don't, and like, whenever your disagreements about a given sport, why would you see news from that sport that someone could potentially have just died mid-game in front of thousands of spectators, their own family and everything else, and it's a situation that's still ongoing, someone's life is in the balance, and you go, yeah, exactly, fuck that sport. What sort of miserable cunt do you have to be? Jesus Christ. I hate people. I hate people. I hate people and I hate social media. The two should never have been introduced to each other. They were bad enough on their own. Yeah. I hate social media, man. I hate people. I hate both. Oh, the Isle of Man TT. That's, I mean, it's a stupidly dangerous race. It's wild. It's, you know, it's one of those deals where it's like, I'm a wee, but not. Oh, is that why you're so wholesome, Mike? You're not actually a human being. Makes a lot more sense now, I see. Oh. Got a few more cars pulling up behind us here. So, that's exactly the time to hit the grass and nearly wreck. We've got, ironically, the Orica Macbook Peugeot we were just testing, and a Toyota GT1 behind us. Yeah, we can find some tuning too. If we can find some tuning that knocks about 5 seconds a lap off down the straights, bumps the top speed up, this thing's got half a chance. This thick boy, this absolute thick boy, has actually got a decent chance. It's number 343. When it comes to sport, yeah. I have long had a running joke. I had this when I was into professional wrestling. I have it just in general now. Love sports, hate sports fans. The longest time it was love wrestling, hate wrestling fans. Yeah, the tyres will. This thing's not rinsing tyres. It's one of the heaviest cars we've driven all day. Let's not change camera. That is. Look at this thickness. 10-cent beer nights. Yeah. Like, I have many people be like, oh, you like sport? Oh, God, I can't stand sports and everything. And I'm like, no, but there's reasons I love it, and they're very valid, and I want to be able to tell you. But at the same time, if you've met other sports fans, or based on your experience of sports that I think you've had, I don't blame you for hating it. Malice in the Palace, yeah, that was a bad one. Oh, for fuck's sake, what happened to Gordon Shedden? Who's on pole now? Better not be bleeding. If it's dashed up, I'm going to kick a wheelie bin over. I'm going to kick over a wheelie bin. Oh, yeah. It's weird because I've never had any interest really in baseball. Just couldn't get into it as a sport. But I know exactly what you mean in terms of like the weird fan test. It's like, how much of a fan are you? No. Who gives a fuck? Gatekeeping can fuck off as well, to be honest. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna cause a riot and throw beer cans on the track because my guy didn't win a motor race. Geniuses. You geniuses, all of you. So yeah, love sports, hate sports fans. Are you not a sports fan yourself, AJ? No. I hate other sports fans. I think Colin's on them. Oh, okay. My best mate will be very happy with that. He's King Colin fan. He loves his Colin Turkington. Love F1, hate F1 fans. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Showing Ericsson awake in an oxygen mask. Let's hope so. I don't like trusting unconfirmed rumours and shit like that because there's all sorts of fakes and shit that can be going out there. But let's hope let's hope there's a kernel of truth to all of that. 3:43.2. We're still lapping the exact same pace. Right, it's because of drunk baseball fans. Oh my God, I remember seeing an SB Nation video, well, they're now Secret Base, about there was some sort of like promotion where if you bought disco records to a baseball game, you'd get like free beer, and then this local shock jock radio DJ who clearly wasn't entirely bitter because he got fired from a radio station because of disco, because they wanted to make his show a disco show, and then became basically like a fucking alt-writer of his day, but saying that disco was the worst thing ever. He literally started taking explosives to disco records at halftime in this baseball game. And all the drunk fans started like whipping out guns and rioting, basically. And bless, they tried to calm the crowd by getting the announcer to sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," which is just like, I'm sorry, that's not, yeah, that's, yeah, you're on a losing, not to go for the obvious pun here, no pun intended, you are kind of on a losing wicket here. I know it's not quite the same stick and ball sport, but you know. Would you say on the whole British touring car fans are good people? Yeah. I've seen some not great examples of British touring car fans either, but generally not bad. Generally not bad. They don't have the same kind of toxic, seriously intense following that, like, Formula One or more, like, widely mainstream sports do, or sports racing series anyway. From vinyl shrapnel, you might be right. I think the 70s Cleveland Browns fans legit ripped the bench down the bleachers and flew them on the field. Because their team were that shit. The game was that boring. I don't even know. It's like, fuck's sake, I can't take this anymore. There's 10-cent beer night. Yeah, they were stripping on the field by the second inning because, you know, beer was 10 cents that night. Oh, Christ. Yeah. Meantime, some more actual Le Mans prototype cars are approaching behind me and are like, what the fuck is this dick boy doing? Whom's this? And I'm just like, hang with me in the corners, and they're like, oh my god, the GT1's actually ahead of the Orica Matma Peugeot. My main candidate to do this race is behind this car right now. There's a Bee Gees album to the face. Oh, I see. A lot of anime fans. Yeah, so I've heard. I think fandoms in general are prone to toxicity. It's unfortunate, but again, it's a social media thing. It's like, I'm going to move the conversation on now, if you don't mind, to something slightly more light-hearted. But I will end with, if any of you want to watch an amazing video on all of this, on internet culture and things like that was very understeery. Check out a video by Lindsay Ellis called Mask Off. Basically, it was she got called out for some sort of tweet that she made that was in bad taste. I didn't understand why it was offensive. It may have been offensive to some people. I don't pretend to know why it was. That doesn't mean it wasn't offensive. There's probably a chance it was. The video basically was not only her saying, yeah, no, I did fuck up, but the internet's overreaction and cancel culture is really fucked up. And I'm going to call it out. I'm going to counter-challenge it, basically. Like, it's a really emotional, it's very heavy, but fuck it. It's really good. And it kind of made me go, do you know what? Yeah, we're not even doing... People aren't even cancelling people for the right reasons, you know? It's almost like a badge of honor now. It's like a hate mob mentality. It's not actually doing good for anyone, you know? Way more nice people in the anime community, though, but the toxic ones are extra toxic, yeah. Jenna Marbles is a great example of that. Yeah, I heard something about Jenna Marbles. You can explain that example, like I say, otherwise, let's move the conversation on now, but yeah. If you have a spare hour and 40 minutes of your life, or maybe watch it in sections, but it's worth the watch, that Lindsay Ellis video. I would definitely recommend it. Meantime, we're on to lap 9. She basically left her platform because of all of that. Oh god, yeah. And I bet it was something really minor as well, or a lot of it was really minor. Like, it wasn't even like, we're out here like, do I want some good news? Yes, I do want some good news. I've got some good news from here. Our tyres are barely halfway worn 9 laps into the stint. So despite it being heavier, it's not even wearing its tyres as much. It looks like we're going to be good on fuel for an 11-lap stint as well. The only thing this car is missing is a bit of top-end pace. It just hasn't got enough, especially not without the slipstream. It's because it's four-wheel drive, maybe, probably is, but yeah. You got hired at dueling piano bars. Yes! You were talking to me about this on Discord earlier. Explain to the rest of the chat, for context, what that is. Because it sounds amazing. It sounds like some sort of like old 1930s jazz bar concept. It's amazing. But congratulations, Delphi. That's really fucking cool. Well done. Very happy for you. Can we stop? Can we stop clipping the grass and Okay, if we could just stop clipping the grass and immediately spinning, that would be lovely. I mean, that's kind of what you do if you clip the grass, but can we stop doing that? I'm going to blame that more on just lack of concentration, really, though. I'm streaming for the best part of 4.5 hours. And still, not a single drop frame. Whew! Could still catch up with these two as well. Bollards. Shortcut. Doesn't matter. Track limits are fine. Oh, go on. Go on. We've out-dragged the Orica MacBook Peugeot out of the final chicane. It's almost like this car's taking it personally. It's like, that's your first choice for the race, is it? That's your first choice. I'm going to slap him up. Oh my God, we've just slapped up the Toyota GT1 as well. I just had a realisation. What was that, Mike? That life is, I don't know, the meaning of life? Stop liking bollards. I don't want to. I don't want to. This is Grandpa Zilla's grandson, so it's literally just Godzilla. We're literally just back to being Godzilla now. I mean, this was the generation of Skyline or GTR that brought back the nickname to the mountain of Bathurst, especially in, I want to say, 2015, when the legend of Katsumasa Chiyo was born. Shin Godzilla? What, the Godzilla of shins? Godzilla of ankles. Chonkzilla. Chonkzilla. Yeah, whatever, you got your top speed and all that flappery, no one cares. You're just bitter because you still can't pass a thick boy. Okay, the Peugeot will. Fine. Can't bother both of you at once, but I'm just going to countersend. Oh, no. This is 10 laps into a stint as well. And it's still handling and braking just as well as it did at the start of the stint. It's amazing. It's definitely taking it personally with that Peugeot as well. It's like, oh, you want to drive that for the race, do you? Yeah, probably still will. Well, fuck them then. No, what are you doing? God, you're both going to get sent. You're both going to get yeeted. Oh my God. Oh my... Yeah, we've done it. A GTR OP in a Gran Turismo game? No. Yeah, a fictional race car version of a GTR as well. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Send it. No matter if we end up using this car for the race or not, I think I've fallen a bit in love with it today. Oh God, there's more prototypes coming up behind. We are causing a bit of a train. Is that confirmed, Oriole? Like I say, I'm wary of reacting to any rumours or unconfirmed reports or things like that for the moment. That's in the UEFA Euro 2020 Twitter account. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay. Phew. That's good to hear. That's very good to hear. Not out of the woods yet, obviously, but So it's basically a GT300 body GTR with GT500 power under the hood. Yeah. You've now given me an idea to try and use a Super GT car for this. Now, why would you do it to Mike? Why would you do this to me? Or a NASCAR. Oh, no. Well, the NASCAR wouldn't suffer with top speed, would it? It would have kind of the reverse problems to this car, I think. You technically already are using a Super GT. I meant a GT500 car, I should say. At the end of the stint as well, it's basically braking and turning just as well as at the start of it. Love it, Maggle. I don't think I will go with quite this much of an underdog challenge for this race, but it's definitely given me something to think about, and I'm curious of tuning out more to see how competitive we can get it. It's in the ballpark, and I think that's an amazing achievement in its own right. I mean, this lot behind really don't agree, but lol. Sucks to be them, really. Still saying it's be really good with some extra, just a little bit. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's really just top speed. It's suffering. Even if it was a little less down on top speed than the others, it will be fine because it rinses everyone so hard in the handling sections. You know, I know technically the R10 was capable of faster lap times. I'd take this over the R10. Which kind of says a lot about the R10, I think. Still yet to test the stealth version. That might be enough. That might be good enough because it is 50 kilos lighter and 15 horsepower up. It has 15 more horsepower. Whoa, okay. I will say, lap 11 is where the tyres started to fall off finally. There was a lot of understeer around there, but phew, what a run though. Thickzilla. Yeah, the R10 was way less stable. Yeah. Absolutely. And then we fuel up. It just says that you value stability and drivability on a whole stint above raw pace. Yeah, if I'm going to be doing it for the entire race, I can make up raw pace at other times. You see what I mean? So do you want that with less weight and more power? Well, the biggest issue with the R10 was... Oh! The biggest issue with the R10 was, like, as soon as the tyres wore out, as soon as the rears went away, it was just a mess. But with less weight, it might not wear the tyres out as badly. I don't know. I'll have to test it. We'll see. Tyres immediately hit a wall, yeah. I love the fact that the two we've really come to a conclusion that we can run with today are the Peugeot 908 Orica Matmut Privateer Peugeot and a Nissan GTR touring car. Constructive day of testing this has been. I love it though. I wouldn't expect anything else. 342. The Nissan gets bonus points for its shiny design. Yeah, that as well. That as well. Oh, okay. Well, do you know what? Having streamed for over 4.5 hours with not a single drop frame. Ugh. I think we're back in business. I think we're back in business on stream, and we're back in business for the offline Le Mans, the alternative virtual Le Mans, as it shall be known. Ethernet for the win. If there is one thing we have learned from today's stream, folks, it is this. Ethernet FTW. And with that, I am going to retire for the evening. Thank you all. I cannot tell you how grateful I am that you've all been hanging out with me today. I appreciate it so much. It's been a wacky stream. It's been a stream without, I mean, it's me just testing cars. It's not been anything crazy or anything special in and of itself. We've also had some pretty, literally the dark news of a football player nearly dying on the pitch midway through the stream. That news hit. That was pretty wild. Fingers crossed for only good news from here on out from Christian Eriksen. What we're hearing now is good. It's much better. Let's hope for more of that. And thank you all for sticking through it. He's awake, stable, and in hospital. Absolutely, yeah. That's a good start. Good start. Let's only hope for better from here on out. We've had a lot of laughs today. If Cap weep. Oh, man. Yeah, today's been a lot of fun. I should get the VOD of this up on the Patreon, which will be open for everyone. There'll be an unlisted link, so I share it via my Patreon because it's an unlisted link. I'll get this up on Monday, probably. And from next week, we should be hitting everything in terms of streams, videos. We move. Hopefully, things can move forward now. Especially with internet that actually works, which is, you know, nice. Stable foundations to build upon. So thank you to all the new folks who have checked in for the first time today. Love all of you. I hope you've enjoyed your stay here. If Cap stream. There you go, Mike. Thank you, everyone who's hung out today. Yeah, I'm really grateful for that. Meantime, I'm going to go put a cider in the freezer now. And there's pizza in the freezer as well. And I'm going to go cook that. Need some garlic bread, probably. And try and not be too anxious about money issues, because, fuck, man, you know. I'm grateful for what I do have. There's a lot of cool stuff going on, you know. If oven please. Oh, God. Oh, no. There's a lot of cool stuff to happen. The money thing is shit right now. It's a rough patch. We'll get through it, though. Yeah, okay. I'll see you guys around. Have a lovely rest of your weekend. I love you all very much. See you later. If bread, garlic. Oh, my God. I'm stopping this now.